Morning, everybody. I was making sure the mod was in and trying to make sure everything was good. I'm hoping it'll work the way it says, because we kind of would like to not forget to continually forget that we need to, re-equip grenades. Yeah, it's been a problem. So I did grab that. I'm hoping there's nothing else we need to do. I'm going to check the mod list here and just explain to everyone what's going on. And then we're going to jump in and we're going to head to the planet, Janus, something. I always forget how to put it. It's in the title. That thing. That place. Why can't I get names right? I don't know. But I can. Oh, I love the music though. So once we get that all set, then we'll be getting the planet done. Hopefully that's going to go well. We'll see if we get through the whole planet or not today. I don't know how long of a segment or arc that is. So I don't know if we'll get through it all today or not. For all I know, it's, only an hour, or it could be 12 hours. But yeah, that is the plan for today. And just see where it goes. I haven't finished clearing inventory. I know. Inventory's bad. But time. Let's see. Where is the other one? That's a problem. It's in the list. Why is it not showing up in the list? I'm just going to restart it. They are showing here in the folder. Same spot the other ones are. But for some reason, they're not showing. So I'm really puzzled as to why that is. So I'm like, well, let me just restart it. Maybe I clicked it too soon. I don't think so. Cool. All right. So it's not showing. It's not showing here either. Do they need to be done a different way? I wouldn't think so, because it's kind of the standard way of doing them. Oh, it has to be placed in modifications folder, not the mod manager folder. Okay, so apparently they had it required to be in a different folder than all the other mods have worked in. I don't know why, but that's why it wasn't working, apparently. Question mark. No, still not. Maybe I have to restart after putting it in the right place. I just wanted to use that because we keep forgetting to equip our grenades because I keep focusing on doing the other things. I thought it would just work to put it in there. I would have held off hitting live if I knew that this was going to happen. I'm sorry. I'm a bit frustrated with it. If it doesn't show this time, I'm just going to go with it. Yeah, I don't see it. All right, whatever. I'll try to figure it out later. I don't know why it's not working. likes the standard way I've done every other mod. And it's just like, nope. But here we are, Janus. We have 3 missions that we need to complete here. I think it could be fun to do a playthrough with full ranged.
Bring on all the dagger.
How are you doing today, Malkov?
Whenever a character performs a melee attack, they gain plus 10 weapon skill (WS) for each ally adjacent to the target of this attack.
Ooh.
A lavishly dressed noblewoman in an opulent silk gown watches you with an expectant air, but then gracefully bores her head. Gem-encrusted implants protrude from her arms and neck.
I welcome you on behalf of the noble house via Abiarum. My name is Vistanzar Janus via Abiarum Afcorinus. By the grace of the Emperor and the will of rogue trader Theodora von Valancius, I serve as planetary governor and imperial commander-in-chief of this world.
Vistanzar raises her head slightly. Vistanzar turns to a Bellard.
And greetings to you, noble Viserion. It has been years since your last visit to Janus. I am glad to see you again.
It is a good sign when a rogue trader seneschal does not visit a subject planet for a long time. Isn't that correct, Lady Viat? It means the governor is taking care of all matters and there is no need for the seneschal to interfere.
Vistanzar lets out a musical laugh.
I hear praise in those words and I thank you for them.
She turns once again to you.
In truth, your arrival in the place of the esteemed Lady von Valancius is quite unexpected.
I hope my coming in Theodora's stead is not disappointing you too much.
Not in the least, your lordship. On the contrary, I am delighted after all these years to once again welcome to my world.
For Janus!
Great. Did she die or did she run back inside?
You will fall!
That I don't know.
Guided by faith! Faith without deeds is worthless. I will not. Doubt is for the weak. Anything else? But of course.
How could you miss?
What is this foreboding? Anything else?
Don't know why she's missing so much.
On it. Will do. But of course.
Emperor, protect me!
My ears are ringing.
I can handle this. You don't frighten me!
Ow.
Nothing I can't do. Opposing me was your biggest mistake. Not a problem. You didn't stand a chance. Nothing I can...
The Imperium!
Don't touch me!
But of course, Lord Captain.
The Inquisition sends their regards. Let's see to it. I'm done with this one.
Oh, more scum. Quite a few of them. Apparently we have sniper support.
I won't object to it.
Out of my way!
Show me what you've got!
Hold on!
Music's good.
Here we go!
Nothing.
Ay, ay, ay.
Let's make it quick!
Be careful not to cross my gaze. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. If I may, I am a navigator, not a servitor.
All too Chancellor. Nothing I... There's nowhere to hide. Opposing me was your biggest mistake. Already done. Nothing of value has been lost. Nothing I can't do. Suits my purpose. You didn't stand a chance! Not a problem. There's nowhere to hide. I am fear incarnate.
I know what I'm doing, usually. Don't get too caught. I
can do that with the right incentive. You jest, surely. Am I getting paid for this? Don't get too cocky.
If only
can't
that
use
were
that one.
possible. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
I will leave footprints of scarlet. I shall not fail. As honor ordains. The shadows will see it done. Trust me. As the tenets guard. Trust me. Let your soul be purged.
Wow, that guy's actually withstanding a good bit.
As honor ordains.
Well, that guy's dead.
Heavy is the tread of his faithful. The scriptural prognosis is favorable.
Little Ripper, Sharpshooter. Devastator. Let's go with a Sharpshooter.
My vow is to serve. The Omniscient knows all, comprehends all. Running binary override.
Let's do that. And then I think that's, yeah, that's all he has. That was a good turn. Just need more.
Victory is imminent. Indeed. Follow my lead. At your beck and call. Reduced to dust. That's not the Seneschal's job. I will do my duty.
My resolve is unshaken. Purpose guides me. I will triumph.
bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
This gives you... Right. And this one gives us... Oh. Extra attack.
In thy light I stand, and thy light I crave. As the Emperor commands. I'll do it. Faith without deeds is worthless. The enemies of the Emperor will be undone. I'll do it. That is not the Emperor's will.
Let's see if that comes back or not.
None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
That'll tell us if the mod's working or not. My guess is probably not, but it's worth looking. Wait, we have someone back over here still? Whoops, I did not even see you existed, sir. I apologize.
Was that you? Or... Will do.
That was rude of me.
Sounds become unbearably loud.
Okay.
Anything else? Be gone. On it.
Let's see how they respond to this. All too easy.
Wow! There's a lot of damage for that. More than what it said it was going to do. Not complaining, mind you. Just didn't expect that.
Suits my... Another clean strike. Nothing of value has been lost.
Your lordship, Emperor preserve us, are you all right? Do not fret, layperson. We have grown used to outrageous slovenliness among the wardens of every world we visit.
The squall's vox, quiet at first, is booming with fury by the end of his remark.
Yeah.
Pale greyness is strangling this peasant like a noose. His words are laden with fear for our well-being, and yet he fears for his own even more.
You should all be flogged for such negligence. Who were they and how do they gain entry to the governor's estate?
The officer cowers under your gaze.
They are rabble who dare to raise their hand against the planet's lawful authority. I beg you, your lordship, allow me to escort you inside. The governor will explain everything to you.
Will find my own way in. Stand aside. I'm not going with you. I got loot. Marksman's rifle. That's a bit of stuff.
Follow my lead.
Cannot believe their incompetence.
Oh,
Sealed containers
I noticed
marked with the
something.
familiar insignia of the Minitorum and additional seals of a forge world unknown to you. The crates contain high-grade weapons, likely made to order.
Wow. Can I take them? Hot shot las gun. Ooh.
The most effective representatives of the local flora are assembled in the flower bed. Unfamiliar fruits are
It's
ripening on the
about
carefully
time.
pruned plants.
A new challenge for me?
One and
The
it's
fountain
done.
is an expensive toy for the nobility. Pure water is currently bubbling from it, but additional pipes on it indicate the presence of separate siphons for sparkling wine and other beverages.
Wow.
A decorative spire hastily turned into a watchtower is a sure sign of a turbulent situation on the agri-world.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Look, we can get down to the water this way. Could we, perhaps, take a brief detour for a closer look?
Apparently.
We need to investigate. Excellent
Chains or ropes with
matters.
shackles on the end can be seen in the water. Something white is also visible through.
Forgive me for so boldly stealing you away from the others. It's just, I simply wish to spend just a brief moment admiring the breathtaking nature of this place.
Reflected in Cassie's eyes, the bright blue sky looks as though it is engulfed in a blazing sunset.
Within the station's walls, I could never hope to see anything like this. A sky, or a sea, or green leaves. I only knew them from meager memories of my childhood. Or perhaps, my mind simply made those up. Even my books, my heart and mind's blissful escape, could do little to help me. When a scribe grows so used to what surrounds them each and every day, they begin to take it for granted, and they never think to write just a few lines about it. But for me, to marvel at the grand canopy of the sky again is a true blessing.
I imagine you've never set foot in the sea. Do you want to try it?
Step into the sea, me?
Cassie glances uncertainly at the playful foam licking the sandy shore.
There's nothing to fear. Just let her feet soak a little.
Intrigued, Cassie cocks her head to one side.
Mischievous dashes of yellow and lilac are fluttering in the wind like bands all around you. I have never seen you exude such colors before. How unexpected.
Cassie gives a quick nod and warily stretches out her long, narrow hand. It is cold to the touch.
The sea, it's so wet and cold, and the tiny pebbles tickle my feet.
Cassie's reserved seriousness gives way to genuine wonder.
I never thought it would be so agreeable, and a little startling. Thank you for encouraging me.
Cassie catches herself, her expression changing in a flash. She gently frees her hand and awkwardly looks away.
Would you like a flower? You can take a small piece with you.
Cassie gingerly accepts the flower from your hands.
Its petals are like velvet, and the fragrance. It is both sweet and spicy, a fascinating specimen of the local plant life, and I do not remember seeing it in the great concordance of flora and verdure within the Coronus expanse recorded by Magus Biologist Clarisia Prot.
Cassie stops herself sheepishly.
Although I suppose I simply ought to thank you for it. This flower is very beautiful indeed.
Cassie relishes every breath of fresh air, her eyes half closed, listening to the sounds of birds hidden from view by the treetops. When the tips of your fingers touch lightly, Cassie starts, but does not remove her hand. Several minutes pass in timid silence like mere moments, and eventually she pulls away.
This place eases the soul, wouldn't you agree?
I would. However, we better get to the governor before she, dies of her mental hemorrhaging.
Already? Yes, of course.
Cassie gives the azure expanse of the sea a parting glance and whispers quietly.
I think I know what my next painting will be.
Chains or ropes with shackles on the end can be seen in the water. Something white is also visible through the glimmer, a fragment of bone with marks made by sharp teeth.
Yeah, a Medicase succeeded. It figured it should. I just thought we'd double check.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Fellowship 5? Wait, was she our commerce or was... Commerce is 116. Unmodified is... $20 less. Oh, wow. Okay. Lunar Imperium is 96. 140. Okay. Okay.
Follow my lead.
A job
The
for
chapel
me?
is built out of luxurious materials, but the holy place looks half abandoned. You cannot smell any burnt incense in the air, you see no seals of cleansing on the doors, and you hear no prayers, no human voices or box recordings.
Heresy. The shrine is not currently in use. It is heresy. The governor and everyone on this planet must be exterminatus.
The ivy covering the archway gives off a delicate, heady fragrance, although you do not see any flowers.
Does that sound about right, chat? Exterminatus. The chapel is not being used. Just realized my phone didn't get put up yet, so I'm fixing that. Well, that's odd. Decided to also start with volume on. There we go. Thank you for your patience. It's just, it helps me have a chance to see if there's any issues with the stream.
An otherworldly silence reigns under the arches of the gazebo. Perhaps a sound barrier generator is mounted in the dome.
Twitch never messes up and, has problems or anything, right? Yeah, never. If anyone believes that, I know that they're not really listening.
And done.
new challenge for me?
Claim it in the name of the Emperor and myself.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Dark and malign forces lurk beneath the fabric of the physical universe. The warp, a source of all psychic powers, is home to the forces of chaos, a malevolent and turbulent entity that is the metaphysical manifestation of humanity's worst fears and frailties.
Your lordship. Did you hear? Avexing Goldeno caught her husband with the servitors again.
It's about time.
I've been watching you divine using the Emperor's Tarot, and do you know what? I think you have the Psyker's gift, sister. Hold your tongue or you will be punished for blasphemy, which, I have the blessing of the Undying One upon me, not the perversity with which you are tainted.
If you say so.
None shall stand in my way.
Upon seeing you, the guard at the door lets out a frightened yelp and doubles over into a low bow.
Your lordship, the most honorable Ignatius von Valancius, the governor is awaiting you in her office, where she is protected by walls and guards. Would you prefer to meet with her alone or with your entourage?
My entourage will accompany in meeting. I didn't realize it was
Vistanza Janus Viat AB
Just her.
Coronus is furiously swiping at a data slate, issuing commands into a gilded vox. Upon seeing you, she hurriedly puts away her devices, smooths her skirt, and drops into a deep curtsy.
Your lordship, accept my abject apologies for the reprehensible stunt that spoiled the reception. Even in my worst nightmares, I could never have imagined.
She flinches when she notices Kibella standing at your side.
A death cultist. My, how unexpected. Must someone face severe punishment in the Emperor's name? Someone always does. As for who and when, the Undying One will tell.
Kibella responds with dignity, seemingly oblivious to how sinister her words sound.
I love that. She has no idea that she literally is terrifying everyone. Oh, stunned. I thought that was part of your, ceremony.
The woman standing next to Vistanza laughs delicately, but after a sharp sidelong look from the governor, she resumes her air of deferential sorrow.
Oh no, your lordship, I would never dare to deliberately endanger the heir of the illustrious von Valancius dynasty. However, I cannot but express my joy that you took some pleasure in what happened.
I didn't really. It was loss of life that was unneeded. What is happening on the planet? Oh, one of your wardens helped us in battle. This is a superb shot. Who was that?
You must be referring to Uriet, our chief ally in the struggle against the rebels. I have turned a blind eye to her horrific mutations given the undoubted advantages she brings. You see, Uriet comes from the local degenerate stock of this world and knows Janus like the back of her hand, so she has provided several leads as to where we can find bases and secret storehouses. Although I admit that at times I am tempted to send her away from the estate, her unnaturalness means that speaking with her always leaves me feeling uneasy. Such a gaunt, unfeminine figure, and so tall.
Heinrich's expression shifts.
Did I hear you correctly, Governor Viat? You have a mysterious mutant on your estate at this very moment? One of prodigious height, slight build, and with a supernatural talent for shooting? Did the arrival of this helper never give you pause for thought?
Allow me to make myself clear. To refuse Uriet's help in our circumstances would have been incredibly rash. Yes, mutants are creatures abhorrent to the Emperor and they should be exterminated.
Not a mutant.
But sometimes humanity makes exceptions for those who can serve the Imperium.
I am not concerned that your aide is a mutant. I am far more concerned that she may be nothing of the sort.
Heinrich turns to you.
Ignatius, I would like to meet this helper of Governor Viat without delay, out of professional interest.
If you wish to speak to Uriet, you will find her outside in the orangery, most likely by the gazebo. She prefers to keep her distance from others.
What is happening on my planet, Governor?
Several months ago, uprisings broke out on Janus. I was not even notified at first. Griping worms are for wardens to worry about. Alas, I only learned of what was happening after the miscreants began targeting noble families.
Vistanzar shakes her head.
And then it became apparent that what the Administratum's accounts had referred to as unrest were in fact organized attacks on infrastructure and society leaders. They have already brought 13 agri-complexes to a halt and have now moved on to assassination attempts. My wardens are doggedly tracking down the rebels, but their leaders are slipping from our grasp yet again.
Can you provide your foodstuff supply under the current conditions?
I risk angering you, your lordship, but this is nothing compared to shamelessly deceiving you. Let us consider the situation dispassionately. Even the most talented logistics experts of the Administratum are unable to guarantee stable tides when shuttles are wary of landing at the spaceport, and the terrified peasants are indulging a dangerous minority within their ranks. Until the usual order of things is restored on Janus, any trade is nigh impossible.
What do you think, chat? Execute her and replace her with Cabela? I'm sure that'll get the planet working smoothly, right?
Considering what has occurred, your visit is a true blessing. You see, Janus does not have its own fleet. We could organize a planet-wide search. If we had ships at our disposal, ships like yours, your lordship, perhaps you will find a way to support your subjects in their hour of need. I'm sure even approximate coordinates would be sufficient to have the ground forces and ship's crew work together to hunt down the enemy.
I'm tempted to do that one. So you want me to go off and catch some rebels for you?
Not quite, your lordship. My wardens are crushing the lowly saboteurs across the planet relentlessly, Ignatius, but it will be for naught unless their nests are destroyed. Someone is controlling the riffraff who are perishing in thoughtless escapades such as the one we witnessed today, and that someone could be hiding anywhere. You have resources and capabilities at your disposal the likes of which I could never hope to possess. Your ship alone is an unequaled asset for tracking down criminals beyond the borders of my influence.
What do you think, chat? will burn all heresy to ash. Pray that you are not found wanting and get burned to ash as well.
Concern appears in Vistenzar's eyes.
The resolve and valor of the von Valancius dynasty know no bounds. I am immeasurably thankful for your help. If any of those who attacked the estate had survived, then perhaps they could have been a valuable source of information. But you made an example of them for the rest of the foolish rabble.
Vistenzar glances at the Vox.
Incidentally, I did overhear the wardens talking about some kind of stranger in the area. Besides that, we still do not know who let those reprobates into the estate. The person who did it might also know something. I, as well as my retinue, are at your service. My secretary is checking the staff as we speak and removing all traces of the attack from the estate. An esteemed magus, who is responsible for agronomic efforts on the planet, is also here. He happened to be visiting this week to deliver his personal report. And, of course, there is my aide in the war against the rebels, Uriet. I have no doubt she will be delighted to share her knowledge of Janus with your lordship.
Tell me about Janus.
Vistenzar leans forward.
Janus is a remarkable world, both in terms of its vast potential, and in terms of the work that was carried out to transform it into an agri-world. House Viat has ruled on Janus for many generations, and each new governor has without fail contributed to the planet's taming. This world was once a wild planet, full of xenobiasts and utterly unsuitable for growing anything. To this day, despite our best efforts, Janus regularly rebels against us. Earthquakes, tsunamis, the emergence of new pests and weeds that invade the arable land. Sometimes I cannot help but think that this world is endowed with consciousness. The consciousness of a capricious and stubborn child who likes to spoil everything that we have achieved.
What do you grow here on Janus?
Mainly, pelican flint corn and red turnip. Apart from that, in the southern hemisphere we have set aside vast tracts of land for the Grox population. And, of course, I cannot fail to mention the several thousand acres of tilled land given over to cultivating fermentable fruit, for personal use and limited export.
Grox. A large, semi-domesticated reptile. Grox are most commonly bred as livestock or used as beasts of burden.
But Station is on the verge of starvation. Can you supply provisions for the people there?
Yes and no, your lordship. If the question is, can such an expansive and fertile world as this one feed a few thousand void rats? Of course it can. We lose more provisions to gnawing pests every cycle than those on Footfall could eat in their entire lives. But can we ship said provisions to Footfall? Not a chance. Any cargo shuttle that leaves the surface will be a target for attack. The rebels will not hesitate to bring it down, sending flaming debris over the capital. Our silos could become targets for sabotage. Food could be poisoned or mined. The logistics of transporting supplies to Footfall will only be possible once the uprising has been completely crushed. It really is embarrassing to admit that even Vladane, may as high take that man, is better at doing his job as Liege of Footfall than Lady Viat is at keeping her world in check.
And who is this companion next to you?
One of my ladies-in-waiting, Amelia. Amelia performs secretarial duties and helps me to remain in constant contact with those families who are most responsible for the productivity and prosperity of Janus. I trust my advisors implicitly, and over time Amelia has become not merely a faithful companion, but almost my shadow. Losing her would be like losing my right hand.
Vistenzar laughs and gives Amelia an encouraging nod. Amelia drops into a low curtsy.
To bathe in the light of your greatness is a true honor, rogue trader.
Maybe I should make her governor.
Victory awaits!
Weapon skill WS enhances the effectiveness of attacks with melee weapons, increasing parry reduction and critical hit chance. Melee combat abilities often benefit from a high weapon skill.
Lady Cassia, is something troubling you?
Once again, you have read my mood like an open book, Master Van Calx. My eyes, they still ache from the kaleidoscope of colors I see around me.
Long live rogue trader Ignatius von Valancius, rightful successor to the Warrant of Trade and the von Valancius Protectorate. Loyal servant of the Imperium of Man, unvanquished.
House Grantis has never inspired respect or trust. I have no doubt that it was they who brought the treacherous servants into the estate.
Draped in a red cloak, the Magus's body barely looks human. Wires, tubes, and metal manipulators turn him into a whimsical machine, while implants hide his face behind a sinister mask. The tech priest intermittently dictates something in technolingua to the servo skull floating next to him, but at your approach, he falls silent and offers a reserved bow.
Greetings, your lordship. Lex Mechanic Vinza Lex. How may I serve you?
Pasquale and the Lex Mechanic exchange trills of binary greetings. The series of sounds issued by Vinzalex sounds much longer and more deferential than those of Pasquale.
What are you doing here on Janus?
The tech priest mechanical voice comes from the speaker on his neck.
By the order of the Adeptus Mechanicus, I have been entrusted with the management of the Adeptus Administratum in order to catalog agronomite data and analyze information about the planet during the process of subjugating it to the will of the Imperium. Be blessed, Tech Brother. Your diligence and the diligence of those like you turns anarchy into order, and bestows classification to knowledge.
One of Pasquale's mechadendrites lightly touches the Lex Mechanic's body. The tech priest bows respectfully in return, clearly a little startled.
How many servants of the Adeptus Mechanicus are there on the planet?
According to the data stored in my cogitator, all infrastructure nodes for food harvesting and processing have their own contingent of technomats. The total number amounts to 253. Correction, based on the latest data, the figure is 211 units.
How are things with you and your fellows?
The current situation on the planet is assessed as stable. The progress of the prospects is assessed as encouraging.
Tell me what you know about Janus.
Initializing report. The planet's soil possesses a unique composition suitable for the re-engineering of the planet and the mass production of foodstuffs. Significant cultivation of the Eastern Hemisphere with the aim of improving production processes and logistics operations. Traces of xeno activity that do not pose an immediate threat to ongoing operations. Undesirable pathologies of flora and fauna have been noted, which may pose a threat in the short term.
What pathogens and flora and fauna?
Genetic and chemical pathologies, your lordship. Harmless species mutate and become aggressive, while plants change their chemical composition and become poisonous. This is happening more and more often, and if no action is taken, the ecosystem of the world will be irreparably disrupted. The changes may be artificial. Has the possibility been considered that someone is manipulating the ecosystem to reduce our living space? Not at all, Venerable Magus. Our tech comrades from the Magus Biologis are humble workers, not warriors. They could not have come up with a thought of such a militant nature. The mind must be open to all forms of knowledge. I order you to commence a check. In the event that your account of the indolence of their minds is confirmed, I will petition for the appropriate penance. Interesting. It is often what seem to be insignificant anomalies like these that lead to greater troubles.
How is the governor dealing with these undesirable pathologies?
I have analyzed the genome of the affected species and I am currently developing suppressor genes to make the planet's organisms resistant to pathology, but so far I have not been able to solve the problem. Further exploration of the planet would perhaps speed up these processes, but the administrative apparatus has imposed a ban on expeditions that are not directly aimed at improving production.
I see. And traces of Xenos activity?
According to data obtained during the initial survey, ruined structures of non-human origin were noted in different sectors of the planet, but I did not have the administrative capacity to study them in more detail. For now, I must defer the quest for knowledge.
I see.
The Lex Mechanic speaks the last words with distinct envy, his eyes fixed on Magus Haynuman.
I'm listening.
We will speak later.
As you wish. Long live rogue trader Ignatius von Valancius, rightful successor to the Warrant of Trade and the von Valancius Protectorate.
Iliad Lenevis greets you, Elantark.
Mm-hmm.
Regrettable news. This creature is not a mutant as the locals assumed, but a representative of the Eldari, one of the myriad enemies of humanity. You should not trust this creature. Do not communicate with it any longer than necessary.
There is no need to mutilate my language, monkey. I speak yours well enough to converse with Elantark without a translator. And since you have discerned my path, I will be direct in my speech. My soul is nothing kin to yours. Your kind call us Xenos, as if we are all as one. I came here to protect the Lilithon by assisting the Governor against her enemies. Will you hear me, or be blinded to sense by your precepts?
I will speak with you. Keep your hands where we can see them.
Reckless.
Must I remind you, Master Van Kalox, that the warrant endows rogue traders with the sacred right to have dealings with Xenos when necessary? That exceptional memory of yours seems to have let you down.
I have banished the shadow of doubt from your thoughts regarding my nature. Now you will answer my question. Why have you sought me out?
Why do you call me Eliak? Elantark?
Because that is what you are. Elantark means stranger from the darkness amidst the stars. You descended on flame-winged machines in a dark time when the air of the planet is soaked in blood and pain. Will you be the one to bring peace to the Lilithon?
Talk to the Majos in charge of the planet. He says that something's gone wrong in the world. Spontaneous mutations, animal attacks. Mayhaps you know something about that?
The Lilithon is expressing her wrath. For centuries, this world has resisted the brutality inflicted upon it by soulless machines and unmindful creatures. But what the machine man told you, that is something else. Something more frightening. The planet is fighting an evil that has taken root in its very cradle.
Do you know who's behind the uprising on the planet?
There is a malevolence here that drives your kin down the path of violence.
Wow, great. And what do you know about the rank and file of the rebels?
Only that they threaten the established order. There is much risk to this world should the ruler die.
Juliet's face is unreadable, but you detect a strange tension in her voice, as though she is choosing her words carefully.
Why help the governor?
This world is in distress. I wish to protect it from unnecessary suffering.
It's not particularly helpful.
But you are not asking for help, Elantark. You are merely asking questions, the answers to which are either unimportant or wreathed in shadow. Explore this place. Speak to those who know. A simple task for you, and an insurmountable challenge for me, since my very appearance provokes fear and suspicion. When you learn anything, tell me. Perhaps then my answers will be helpful to your search.
How did you come to Janus?
The world you call Janus was once created by the will of my kin. I have far more right
Fatal
beyond
world.
the Lilithon than any of you.
So you're the governor's mysterious helper?
I am Elantark. My hand parried the death promised to the ruler of these people, and I aided you in battle against the Lost Ones.
If you want, you can join me. None of the locals would dare mess with you while you're in the presence of the rogue trader.
So be it. I will go with you.
With all due respect, are you sure this is the right decision? We know nothing about this Xenos, or why she has wormed her way into the governor's confidence. As far as I can tell, she isn't especially keen to help us, and yet, for some obviously dark reason, she has decided to take part in our investigation.
Yes, let's find out why and keep your enemy close. And you, as a specialist in this, should be able to keep an eye on it.
My judgments and choices are for me alone, Monkey. If uniting with your master will bring peace to the Lilithon, then it is the true path. Do not get in my way if you value your next breath.
You have not yet spent enough time among humans if you think threats will dispose me more favorably toward you. The decision is yours, Rogue Trader. But let me be clear. I will terminate your pet Xenos at the first sign of her non-compliance.
Oh, absolutely, that is the plan.
I am ready, Elantark. Let us go forth.
Walt Strider of the Coronus Expanse, may the world tremble.
Juliet's abilities. Juliet is a Xenos, one of the Asuriani. She is a ranger who follows the path of the outcast, and her skills in ranged combat are without equal. Juliet does not use human weapons and can wear either Isle-Dry armor or, if she learns the required feature, Druckery armor. Juliet's unique ability instantly ends her turn. However, at the start of her next turn, she will make an attack that always hits its target.
Well, goodbye, Absalom. She is an operative. I am going to get coffee, chat. How do you want your Juliet to be built? Assassin, bounty hunter, grand strategist, executioner. I don't know how executioner would go with ranged attacks. So I'm open to suggestions. Let me know. I'll be back with coffee in just a moment. All right. I don't know what to do with her. Oh yeah, she can't use any of it except for, oh hey, she can use the Eldari stuff. We did get this. Ooh. So this doesn't give her the single shot that she currently has. But on all others, it's better. Aw, I was hoping to cover her face. +5 tech, damage from flame weapons. It's not bad. Cannot use these because Eldari. Yep. Movement increase, sure. Wear gains 15 bonus to damage against enemies who have damage against enemies that dealt damage to wear this round. No, that's more melee. Warp damage. No cloaks work for you. Oh. We actually got a new item.
Cherub. An artificial biomechanical creation of the Magus biologist tech priests. Based on their uploaded doctrines, cherubs can perform various menial tasks for their masters. Herald Servo Skull. This servo skull is designed to spread the glory and splendor of its mighty owner.
Like, what exactly does it actually do? Mechanically. I take it no one else other than me can equip them. Oh, okay, I guess. No, the auto grenade did not work. Okay. So we have melee executioner. She can't be arch militant, which we don't need her to anyways. Could have her be a bounty hunter with Pascal, but I don't know that we need two bounty hunters. Do bounty hunters stack? I don't know that bounty hunter really is what we need on her. Not sure if it was best choice on him either. I don't know that she does any damage over time, which is really what the executioner does well at. Kind of thinking assassin, but I feel bad that we are making another assassin. And that's just because the weak side, I guess we could have her do bounty hunter. She might do better at doing bounty hunter and then rework Pascal. What do you guys think? Any choice? Any thoughts? I guess we can always respec, right?
The assassin attacks, granting plus 40% dodge to the target of this attack. If this attack hits, it deals an additional plus 15, rounded down, damage increased by twice the percentage of that target's missing wounds. Lethality, a specific assassin parameter that is equal to dodge or dodge reduction, whichever is higher. The assassin's next single target attack will have a 50% armor penetration penalty, with a minimum of 0% armor penetration, and plus 10 lethality. If it is a melee attack, its target rotates 180 degrees. The enemy's dodge and parry against the assassin's attack is equal to 0% until the start of this enemy's turn. If it is a ranged attack, its target is forced to move to the closest cell in a 3-cell range with no adjacent cover facing toward the assassin. This movement provokes attacks of opportunity. The assassin makes an enemy suffer 8% armor and 5 deflection until the end of the assassin's turn. If there is only one enemy adjacent to them, the assassin also gains plus 8% dodge until the assassin's next turn. If there are no enemies adjacent to the assassin, they gain plus 12% dodge reduction until their next turn. The assassin makes an attack that does not count toward the limit of attacks per turn and does not block the assassin's movement, but deals only 25% of the assassin's usual damage. If the attack is successful, the target suffers the hemorrhage effect. Hemorrhage, at the beginning of each of the target's turns they will suffer 7 rending damage that ignores armor and deflection. Lethality, a specific assassin parameter that is equal to dodge or dodge reduction, whichever is higher. Whenever the assassin attacks an enemy with a single target attack, this attack reduces the target's armor and dodge by 10% until the end of the assassin's turn. Does not stack. If an enemy suffers a critical hit from one of the assassin's allies, at the start of the assassin's turn, a new opening is created on that enemy on whichever side is closest to the assassin. Each use of aim for the opening on the same target reduces that target's dodge and dodge reduction by 10%, stacks. The assassin gains plus life a 80% chance to deal plus 5% of target's max wounds more damage when hitting an opening.
Because then she can do opening every time and hit the opening because she can do it for free. And then snipe. Hopefully snipe. Wish we could get rid of that. Oh well, I didn't realize that would happen. 37. Promethium. Have Promethium.
A new challenge for me.
The ivy covering the archway gives off a delicate, heady fragrance, although you do not see any flowers.
What a splendid estate! I have seen pics of our ancient manors in the House Orcelio
The four-robe trader von Valancius, guardian of order, ruler of great and lesser worlds.
It's a pity you were denied the chance to grow up in such surroundings.
Walt Strider of the Coronus expands,
lady navigator, relaxing with a book in the garden after her lessons.
Don't you think Lady Viat will keep the choicest morsels for herself? Truly, the Anorus holdings could turn even our Governor Green with envy. HMPF. It seems to me Lady Viat is only interested in settlements that are overrun with peasants. One can only guess as to the reason. Loyal servant of the Imperium of Man, unvanquished.
None shall
An
stand
assassination
in my
attempt
way.
at the governor's own estate, and on the day of the rogue trader's visit, no less.
The stooped man wearing a cloak of the Adeptus Administratum is reviewing information on a data slate while his quietly whirring mechanical arms fill a long scroll with writing. Upon noticing you, the man stretches his thin lips into a smile and deferentially bows. The light in the eyes of the servo skull hovering over his right shoulder gently pulsate.
Your Lordship, what an honor it is to address you in person. Allow me to introduce myself, Aetilius Kint, Prefectus of the Officio Agricultae. I will preserve the record of our conversation forever.
What record?
Your Lordship, I painstakingly record every conversation with high-ranking personages, and afterward I fill out all 7 accompanying forms personally.
Aetilius rolls up his completed scroll in a practiced gesture, stows it away, and pulls out a new one.
Your words and judgments are in good hands.
Aetilius's mechanical fingers fly over the scroll as he fills in another line.
And of course, what great fortune it is to see, for the very first time in all my years of service, an emissary of the Navis Nobilite here on Janus. I humbly welcome the esteemed
Cassia Tisiphia Evriela, Lady Navigator of House Orcelio.
Everything from her condescending gaze and confident bearing to her calm but commanding voice marks Cassia as the heiress of a great bloodline. Awestruck, the secretary writes down each letter of her name with particular fastidiousness.
Laudable foresight.
I thank you. Moments such as the appearance of a rogue trader must be preserved for posterity.
What are your duties?
By the grace of the God Emperor, I oversee the administrative apparatus on the planet and serve as secretary. I am also responsible for the logistics related to supplying the planets of the von Valancius dynasty and the timely payment of tithes to the Imperium's official collectors.
Speaking of Von Valence's dynasties, when were the last shipments sent?
Oh, your lordship, our supply shipments are all in order, all foodstuffs and other items are ready for export and are simply awaiting the arrival of the transport ships. However, given the current circumstances on the planet, Janus could not provide even one tranche more than what is already prepared. I am certain the situation will be rectified in the near future.
When did the collector ship last come to Janus?
Oh, your lordship, I must confess that as yet I have not had the pleasure of filling out a sacred tie protocol form, as the last Imperial ships to come here did so under my predecessor. Come to think of it, that would have been several decades ago. I do hope the logisticians responsible for such an unforgivable oversight lose their heads over this. As you wish, your lordship.
Oh man, I love this guy. He's a hoot. What is your information that you have on Visya Vayet?
The governor is a superb leader. She possesses an excellent grasp of all matters and never uses an incorrect form for a given situation. I do not pry into her personal affairs, but if I may speak plainly, a lady who fills out paperwork with such finesse cannot be a bad person, in my view.
The Vogons would be proud of you. Tell us about Janus and what you know is happening on the planet.
Alas, your lordship, rebel lions have caused us too many problems in recent times. The rebels are interfering with established processes, interrupting supplies, sabotaging the serfs' work. A few nobles have even been killed, and worst of all, some of the victims occupied important administrative posts, until their replacements pass their checks, complete all their induction forms, and go through the official appointment procedure. Important paperwork is going unsigned. It's a bureaucratic catastrophe. The absence of a required signature is, of course, the most horrifying thing about this situation.
Oh.
Indeed it is. Financial reports, logistics directives, waybills for food shipments. Without the signature of the most respected and now deceased head of House Acaris, shipments to settlements in Aegis 24 have been stopped. The heirs are still dealing with the transfer of holdings, and incoming reports tell us that a quarter of the workings in the affected settlements have already died of starvation, while most of those remaining have left the perimeter and have not yet returned to their designated places. If things continue in this vein, I dare not even imagine what it could lead to. There are worlds that are ravaged by war for generations, your lordship, like that deranged planet by the nameless star, so close to our own peaceful system. The inhabitants there supposedly live under the patronage of rogue trader Winterscale. I shudder to think what he has created there.
I want the details on where the rebels have struck and how.
Of course, I would be delighted to furnish you with all the information I have. In the last few months, 15 organized attacks and 7 terrorist attacks have been perpetrated. Irrigation equipment has been sabotaged in agrarian sectors 3 to 5, transport routes 27, 413, and also. I suppose this will not tell you much. Please.
With a fussy gesture, he presses several buttons on his data slate screen, and a 3-dimensional map with coordinates of the attacks appears on your cogitator.
Oh, good. Good man.
The data is superbly collated, and the map clearly displays the actions of the rebels. At first glance, there seems to be no logic to their campaign, but after analyzing the data and the features of the terrain, you notice a clear system indicating a geographical pattern to their attacks.
Who's directing the details? The rebels, any details?
The rebels are well armed and well trained. What's more, the governor's advisors are inclined to think that the instigators of the rebel lions are very familiar with the planet's terrain and climate. My ordnance are going through registration records day and night, looking for individuals who have completed military training, but we have so far been unable to identify the scoundrel.
And what are you doing to combat the rebels?
Our security services are tracking those who support the rebels, and our regular wardens are wiping out these saboteurs without the slightest mercy, but they keep on appearing. My scribes have been run off their feet, keeping records of all the public hearings and executions, but I am confident that the governor will find a solution soon. Of course, your lordship.
And what do you have to say about the governor's helper, Juliet?
Atilius looks askance at Juliet and offers a strained smile.
A highly exceptional individual. After today's regretful event, I am beginning to hold her talents in particular esteem. Verily, even mutants who have seen the light of the God Emperor can faithfully serve his flock. Moreover, Juliet's particular abilities could be an interesting subject of study for the Magus biologists. That elongated head shape, those eyes, judging by the skull that was given to me to send on to footfall, such developmental anomalies on Janus are not a quirk of nature, but some kind of inheritable trait.
Juliet freezes completely, turning into a living statue.
What did you say?
Oh, madam, have my words upset you? I'm certain your kinsman would be delighted to learn that people wish to make pretty presse-papier out of his remains, and besides, I could be wrong about the nature of his origins.
What skull are you talking about?
A most remarkable item, I must say, a true anomaly. One moment.
After rummaging in a nearby container, Atilius draws out a parcel, which he immediately unwraps.
Here it is. I believe the finished piece was intended to be given as a gift to the governor, but under the current circumstances, I doubt I will be able to send it to footfall anytime soon.
Juliet stares at the skull in silence. You can see her jaw working under her delicate skin. After a few seconds, she abruptly turns away. Pasquale's mechadendrites reach toward Atilius with interest, seeming to unnerve him a little.
Adequately preserved. It is a pity that it is empty inside. It could have become a proper servo skull herald for the rogue trader. Unorthodox.
This could look nice on my desk. Would you mind?
I mean, yes, of course, undoubtedly. Whatever you wish, your lordship, if that will raise your spirits after the recent incident.
Strange skull. Remains that have been thoroughly scraped and cleaned. Juliet grits her teeth and burns you with a look of utter disdain.
What do you know about the attack on the estate?
A disgraceful incident, simply disgraceful. I cannot believe these scoundrels would dare to come so close, and to drag the nobility into this as well. If they penetrated the estate, that means they had help from some worthless servant or other. Security is currently questioning the survivors, but the culprit has not been found, yet.
Atilius Kint smiles unpleasantly.
I'll take my leave.
I look forward to meeting you again, your lordship.
Your lordship.
Your lordship. His lordship Ignatius von Valancius, rogue trader by the grace of the God Emperor and the sacred lords of terror.
It's about time.
Rogue trader, bearer of the warrant of trade, stellar inheritor, and guardian of humanity comes.
Victory awaits!
Your lordship. Faster, faster. The sooner we smoke out this louse, the sooner we can report that the clearance operation is complete.
A hulking man dressed in a uniform marking him out as an officer of the gubernatorial wardens is closely monitoring his subordinates as they surround the building. Sensing your approach, he whips around, his face going pale, and he offers a low bow.
Your lordship, please do not stray too close to the building. One of the terrorists from today's attack has holed himself up in there. He could be dangerous.
Who are you?
I am the Madam Governor's security officer. I regret that you had to witness today's incident, your lordship. I assure you, nothing of the sort will ever happen again.
What is going on here?
Ready to report, your lordship. We conducted a sweep of the area after the attack. All of the assassins were arrested or neutralized except for one.
The officer scowls darkly.
He sealed himself inside. He already injured 2 wardens who tried to reach him. But there's no need to worry. We'll poison him and clear the last dregs of dirt from the estate. I have only one question, officer. Why have you not already done it? The rogue trader is here, and the longer you delay, the more you put his life needlessly at risk.
The officer flinches slightly at Abelard's snarl.
It is inexcusable, your lordship. The barrels of poison were only just delivered. But we're ready to begin now.
One Ashmeg is up against all the wardens on this estate, yet he is still causing trouble. On Efreet, he would have already been made captain and put in charge of the governor's security, for the Exalted One knows that he has more brains than all of you combined.
The officer tugs nervously at his collar, which appears to have suddenly become too tight for his comfort.
We will fix this. Right away. I swear it on the throne.
And who is the rebel?
Officer's brow furrows.
To tell the truth, your lordship, I'm more concerned with clearing the area right now than with his identity. We're not expecting to get any valuable intel from him, unless we find something on his corpse after we've done our job.
So what's so special about this building?
It's one of the utility buildings. Fortunately, it was empty at the time of the attack. There were no potential hostages or innocent people inside. If you ask me, I think this was the first place the killer came to when he was beating his retreat. We managed to round up all the others, but this one holed himself up in there. This is not an empty utility building, but an inactive backup crypt for storing refrigerant and freezing equipment. This is obvious. Your ignorance is depressing, servant. Sorry.
And you're just planning on poisoning him?
The officer nods.
We're using insecticide from our stockpiles, your lordship. We don't have any military-grade poisons, but we don't need them, not for this parasite.
I want to talk to him.
Are you sure? It's not exactly safe, your lordship.
The officer's eyes involuntarily sweep over you, sizing you up.
Do you dare question me? Get out of my way.
The officer seems to remember himself and offers another low bow.
Forgive me, your lordship. Act as you see fit.
At the officer's signal, the other wardens take a deferential step back, clearing your path to the door.
Long live rogue trader Ignatius von Valancius, rightful successor to the warrant of trade and the von Valancius protectorate.
Get out of my way. Like he thought he could have any say when I'm standing here.
When you approach the solid-looking door, a high, boyish voice shouts out, "Piss off. You won't take me alive. Better to put a bullet in my brain than let the governor's dogs get their hands on me."
Examine the door.
The door looks solid and formidable, but you notice dark marks on the hinges, a sure sign that the material is degraded. The lock doesn't look new either. With a suitable tool, it could easily be opened. It takes you half a minute to figure out the archaic mechanism. With a soft click, the door opens, allowing you to enter. Inside is poorly lit, but you spot a person standing in the far corner. He is desperately gripping a discharged lasgun in his hands. At the sight of you, his eyes widen in recognition and fear. It's Seekan TB, the rogue trader.
It can't be. Rogue trader.
The young man, practically a boy, falls to his knees and stretches out his bloody hands toward you. His clothes are burned on one side and grimy with baked-in blood. Your lordship, have mercy. You are the sovereign of this planet. Only you have the power to save us.
This is one of the elusive and cunning rebels the governor's been fighting for months. Really? Youth is a time of recklessness. I heard that said more than once in the Scholar Progenium and during my novitiate. But youth is also a time of directness. Let us listen to this young man before we judge him.
Idira looks at Argenta a little confused, as if she did not expect such gentleness from her.
I agree with the sister here. People don't become rebels because everything in their lives is rosy. And the kid's green as grass. It'd be a shame to kill him for nothing. Something is wrong on Janus. I can feel it. Maybe he can shed some light on what's going on.
Why should I listen to a filthy insurgent who attacks me?
You can't just stand aside while your vassals are destroying your worlds. The governor is doing whatever she wants, rounding up families, raising whole settlements. She's turned the whole world into a slaughterhouse. People are rounded up like groks from the settlements, supposedly to go to the palace, and they are never seen again. Her servants pour something over the fields, and then people lose their minds. They start hearing voices and seeing evil spirits. And while we're dying, she's sitting behind her white walls and feasting on our bones.
Juliet's face twists.
Sacrifices, madness, pain, and death. Even in so primitive a society as this, such rites seem senseless, not worthy of such efforts. What is this? A random quirk of nature, or something darker? I was taught that peasants have a tendency to exaggerate their suffering due to sloth and weakness of spirit. But this young man, vermilion thorns pierce every centimeter of his body, and grey shackles bind his hands, feet, and neck. There are no lies in his words, only terror and desperation without end.
You're telling me people are seeing evil spirits?
Yes, others are going feral and attacking their loved ones. And then there's...
The boy lowers his voice.
People say that in some settlements, well, they've stopped upholding the law altogether. Imperial law and the law of basic human decency. People are turning into animals.
And who's behind the rebels?
He swallows nervously and looks at you with fear.
Your lordship, I beg you, don't ask me that. I can't sell out my brethren. It's over for me, but the others, I won't betray them.
There will be an end to the war on this planet until I can handle the situation. But to do that, I need to meet your leader.
The boy hesitates for a few seconds, and then his head drops limply.
As long as you keep your word. I've never been in their camp. None of us have. Only the chief saw one person from their base. He came a few times, bringing weapons and orders. He said he represented a greater force than we could imagine. And he said that the governor's dogs will pay for their reprisals in the settlements. But that's not where they are hidden. They keep their distance from ordinary folks. We have it all worked out so that if anyone gets caught, the others aren't caught with them. But I swiped the chief's box. I thought, after I killed the governor, I could use the message coordinates to find the base and hide out there.
The boy retrieves a vox from his pocket and holds it out to you with a shaking hand.
That's everything I know, your lordship.
Come with me. You will live.
The rebel looks at you in bewilderment, and then bows low before you. When he speaks, his voice trembles.
Your lordship, thank you. Thank you for this kindness. I never thought I'd survive this. Long...
The officer of the wardens casts a disdainful look over the rebel before turning his gaze on you.
Your lordship, I honor your bravery. Please, allow me to get rid of this rat for you.
This man is under my protection. See to it that he is held safely in custody until his fate can be decided by fair trial.
A dumbfounded expression appears on the officer's face.
With the deepest respect, your lordship.
The officer thinks better of his next words and abruptly bows.
It will be done. Long live rogue trader Ignatius von Valancius, rightful successor to the warrant of trade and the von Valancius Protectorate. Long live rogue trader Ignatius von Valancius, rightful successor to the warrant of trade and the von Valancius Protectorate. Loyal servant of the Imperium of Man, unvanquished.
One and it's done.
Wait a minute, Jay has more than... Wow, 15 bonus to carouse. What? How does she have 102? Wait. Tech use is using fellowship on her? Okay. Yeah, it's supposed to be intelligence. Oh, okay.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Yeah, right? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Because if you look, tech use, intelligence. Tech use. Make it even better. Intelligence. That's all he has is 30. Straight int. J. Fellowship and Cold Trader Acumen. What? She's having fellowship for Imperium, for Xenos, for Warp Lore, for Medicae. Does she literally have fellowship for everything? No, not demolitions. Demolitions, carouse, awareness, and athletics. 4 skills. Only 4 skills don't require fellowship. Okay. I didn't know you could do that. What? I mean, I did one with int where I could use int for everything. But what is it she has that makes it so she can have fellowship for all of that? Doesn't hover over the trinket. Oh, okay. I didn't see that it did all of them to fellowship though. This gives you bonus to commerce. This gives you reload for 1 less. This gives you bonus to fellowship, bonus to commerce. Oh, if dogmatic, Lore Imperium will depend on fellowship. So that's Lore Imperium. That's just bonus to Lore Imperium. But that's just Lore Imperium. That's not everything else. So if I take this off, her Lore Imperium is still based on fellowship, even though it shouldn't be. And if I do this, I don't know. Oh no, it's all good. It must be a perk. I know about the Forge World one where skills that require fellowship can rely on int. So coercion, commerce, and persuasion can be int based. So I've seen the flip side. I didn't realize there's one for the fellowship direction. That's all. That's why I was looking at it, because I was trying to figure out what made everything go fellowship. Here you go. Here you go. That's it. Look at that. Can use fellowship or intelligence for any intelligence-based skill. And she can reroll failed commerce tests. That is it. Never play fair. Wow. So just having good relations makes her better. She's disgusting. In a very good way. Yukari and Eldari. Well, that explains it. That's why everything, like all the int skills are fellowship based. So she's the max in so many skills. I almost want to make it cold trader, rogue trader now. I know I'd have to mod it to do that. I don't think I had the cold trader one available. I know we had the other ones. Yeah, Sorayata, Tech, and Navigator. But not cold trader. Wow. That, just, wow.
Before Rogue Trader von Valancius, Guardian of Order, Ruler of Great and Lesser Worlds.
It's about time.
Warp Strider of the Coronus Expanse, may the world tremble.
Oh, that's great.
Long live Rogue
None
Trader
shall
Ignatius
stand
von
in my
Valancius,
way.
rightful successor to the Warrant of Trade and the von Valancius Protectorate. Loyal servant of the Imperium of Man, unvanquished.
I'm always ready.
Hearing your footsteps, the elderly servant grabs an injector and stabs it into his arm. The area around the needle immediately starts turning black.
You're too late, Viat's dogs. I'm the master of my own fate.
But when he gets a better look at you, the man drops the injector in astonishment and seems poised to prostrate himself on the floor before you.
It's you, your lordship. The God Emperor must have brought you here. I beg you, help the rebels and save Janus.
He doubles up, hugging himself, and is racked by coughing that leaves his lips wet with blood.
Forgive me, your lordship. If only I'd known it was you. My eyes deceived me. We have little time now, but I swear I'll tell you everything.
Looking closely at the old man, the tech priest utters.
Nerve toxin. The inevitable cessation of vital functions is expected in no more than 60 seconds.
Silent clicks emitted by the visor indicate an ongoing PIC recording.
Throne damn you, old man, where did you get this stuff? Poison capsules of this sort are a popular choice among desperate ashmiks who are done with being tortured by mad fanatics or worse. Here on Janus, though, there's no antidote.
Kibella picks up a drop of poison from the needle with her claw and carefully puts it on her tongue. She makes an approving sound.
A strong toxin. We apply something similar to the lips of new initiates of the blood-spun web. It kills minor nerves and purges one's sensitivity to pain. For this layman, though, it is a certain and violent death.
What is it you want to say? Be quick.
In the name of the Golden Throne, your lordship, show mercy on the humble workers, the salt of Janus, save them. Vistan Zarviat, the untouchable governor and leader of the nobility, is creating something monstrous behind closed doors. She uses the Imperium's interests as a smokescreen and purports to be a scholar, but her actions are poisoning our planet. Did you know that the settlements that fail to pay their due tithes on time have been allowed to pay with people instead? They even deliver them to order, sometimes old folks, sometimes children.
He lowers his voice to a whisper and leans toward you.
I've seen those people. I've seen them being delivered to the estate, and then they are never seen or heard from again. They go into the secret rooms and they don't come out again, your lordship, ever.
Fresh meat to entertain the nobility. Some things never change, whether you're on my planet, or anywhere in the righteous Imperium. Peasants who were taken to Uruk V to serve House Orsleo were never seen or heard from again either. They became loyal servants and toiled for the good of a great dynasty. Why should they ever return to their filthy, squalid abodes?
The old servant lets out a moan. The dark stain on his arm seems to creep through his veins until his arms and neck are a latticework of black. The servant's breath quickens and becomes irregular.
What secret room?
Hidden chambers deep within the palace. I've never been inside. Thankfully, the servants who are allowed in, the ones the governor trusts, they change. She changes them, pretties them up, defiles them.
I see no shadows of deceit behind your words, and even so, I would have noticed. I know I would have noticed the signs of which you...
Juliet's face tenses like a taut string, and doubt creeps into her expression.
Except, whenever Vistanzar hosts one of her dances at the palace, she sends me away to search for the rebels, into the forests, far from human settlements. You accuse the rogue trader's appointed governor of heresy. If your words are false, they themselves are tantamount to heresy. But if what you say is true, if it's true, then your sacrifice will be to your credit, my good man.
Argent, I swear I'm not lying. Pray for me, holy sister, for me and for Janus.
The servant shakes and coughs violently.
I'm not sure I'll last long enough to answer all your questions.
You can still be saved.
No, don't waste your time on somebody who's as good as dead already. I'll depart this world happily knowing that I'm free from the clutches of that monster sitting on the governor's throne.
The old man starts to convulse, indicating that he is close to death. He raises his already unseeing eyes to you.
Your lordship, if you permit a dying man to make one last request, don't tell anyone that I was the one who unlocked the doors. If you do, they'll go after my family, my home.
I will keep it for now. If you are proven false, they will pay. Otherwise, the governor will.
Please, save us. Save Janus.
The servant rasps violently and collapses on his side, racked with convulsions.
Loyal servant of the Imperium of Man, unvanquished.
Victory awaits!
Wow. Okay. So, I'm starting to think the governor's
Long
working with
Trader
Drukari.
Ignatius von Valancius, rightful successor to the Warrant of Trade and the von Valancius Protectorate.
Which would be why the world is so angry.
Loyal servant of the Imperium of Man, unvanquished.
Profit factor (PF) isn't spent on buying items, but serves as a simple prerequisite. If you have enough profit factor, you do not purchase the item. It will simply be yours for the taking.
But yeah, Scott, her skills are definitely like Bard Master.
Follow my lead!
The door guard bows obsequiously.
Lord von Valancius, we are most delighted to welcome you as our guest. Would your lordship prefer to speak to the governor alone or with your entourage?
Greetings, your lordship. How may I be of assistance?
Can I not depose her now?
This world was once a wild planet, full of xenobiasts and utterly unsuitable. Mainly, Helican flint corn and red turnip.
I can't.
Apart from that, in the southern hemisphere we have set aside vast tracts of land for the Grox population. And, of course, I cannot fail to mention the several thousand acres of tilled land given over to cultivating fermentable fruit, for personal use and limited export.
You neglected to mention the strange flora and fauna.
Magus Vinzelex is a very wise man, but his fixation on evolutionary processes seems a little extreme to me. Janus was heavily cultivated, forests were cleared and mountains raised across half of the planet. It is no surprise that we are still noticing the consequences of those changes. It's possible that the plant mutations are connected to waste runoff from the harvesting equipment, and the changes in wildlife behavior could be a reaction to the expansion of the cultivated area.
Vistanzar shakes her head with a laugh.
Are you surprised by my knowledge of the topic? Our whole dynasty has dedicated itself to taming Janus, this plentiful yet stubborn planet. Every member of the Viat bloodline is versed in the fundamentals of planetary engineering and its consequences.
Slanting a look at the squall, Idira remarks lightly.
Looks like the sciences aren't only the preserve of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Doesn't that infringe on the authority of the esteemed Magus?
This statement is true, but who do you suppose were her teachers? The Adeptus Mechanicus. All knowledge flows from us.
Tech Priest mentioned some Xenos ruins. Where do they belong? Where are they?
I know to what you're referring to. Strange structures of an unknown material. For the prevention of any unfortunate accidents, I ordered the area to be declared out of bounds for all. Some things are better off left under a thick layer of dirt, beyond the grasp of even the enlightened minds of the Adeptus Mechanicus.
Why are you forcing settlements to pay tithes in human bodies?
What? Really, Ignatius, you speak as if you actually believe the claims of those wretched peasants. I do not ask anyone to pay the tithes in human bodies. I am reducing the burden on the settlements which have suffered as a result of unsuccessful experiments involving enriched food, and I'm gathering the worst affected subjects, those who are no longer capable of work, for further study. Some among my circle would call such concern for the underclass a weakness which may have incited rebel lion among the emboldened rabble.
Cassin nods in understanding.
Theobald and Felix tried to limit the effect my powers had on the lowborn servants of Uric V. The station's laboratoriums ran experiments on those who had the misfortune of losing their minds because of my gift. These tests increased our servants' lifespan, and then they joined Felix's side.
And what about oddities among the population?
I don't deny it. Some of our experiments exact a higher toll on the population than others. You see, recently one of the noble families of Janus has taken on the difficult task of enhancing the attributes of our workers. So far, it has involved introducing experimental supplements to their food and mental conditioning in monitored settlements. Sometimes procedures are disrupted and part of the population suffers from side effects. The specialists of the Gravaz family would be better placed to inform you on this topic, but alas, they are currently engaged in the field. How refreshingly novel. The rich treating the common folk like dirt and coating it all with the best intentions.
Jay's usual honeyed voice now grates like rusted metal.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
I see heresy. Heresy everywhere.
The Imperium's enemies wear a million guises. Whether it be the traitorous heretic, the devious Xenos, or the spawn of chaos, their fate is one and the same, to burn in the righteous flame of the God Emperor.
Oh, I forgot. We got a special flamer for you. And I keep forgetting to put it on. Yeah, so this is the standard flamer, right? 9, 14. 22 to 33 flame. Yeah. Yeah.
I won't tolerate weakness.
An assassination attempt at the governor's own estate, and on the day of the rogue trader's visit, no less. Before rogue trader von Valancius, guardian of order, ruler of great and lesser worlds. We are ready for any order.
Elantach,
Juliet gestures for your attention.
as you once sought my help, now I am seeking yours. The time has come to dispel the final shadows on our path. I have hidden the truth from you. I know a great deal about those who are disturbing the peace of the local ruler, and I also know where they are hiding. Allow me to show you the way, on the condition that you bring me to them.
I don't think the rogue trader needs your revelations right now, Xenos. That is even assuming that you are not lying now as well.
Jay lets out a faint chuckle.
Your kind are usually a bit better at bargaining, always offer what can't be obtained with torture or thrones.
Why did you not say anything?
No other path was open to me, but now our paths are aligned, and my decision was motivated not by caprice, but by reason, which compels me now to be honest with the person who can fix all of this. Everything you have discovered, everything you have learned from your kind, they are all traces of the same calamity, a calamity that will eclipse all the strife and wars on the face of this world. All the signs were plain to see, but I was here and the monkey failed to recognize the coming storm. Please, follow me, Ignatius. You must, if this world truly matters to you.
What calamity are you talking about? Why are you still holding back information?
I will reveal the truth very soon, but not here, not in the place where it seems evil has made its nest. Have patience, Elantach, and trust me.
Fine. I will follow you.
Let's go, Elantach. I pray to the gods that we are not too late.
Before rogue trade,
Operatives are indispensable for supporting your party and dramatically reducing enemy defenses. However, each operative performs in their own unique way.
Let's go. You will soon see everything for yourself, Elantach.
I considered
Chaos.
these forests my home for a time, but I still feel myself a stranger here.
I suppose it's because the jungle is ever so slightly hostile to visitors. Speaking of visitors, Lord Captain, have you ever, in all your infinite wisdom, considered setting up a resort for rich folks here?
An expected result. Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
It's about time.
All right, well, we're gonna have to deal with all the rebels, it looks like. So let's just go down the back way and say, surprise. Because you know, it's always the best way to start things off. It's an unexpected surprise.
Experience. Nothing matters more.
The web serves.
We shall prevail.
I'm watching your back. Always.
Look no further.
Doubt is for the
What advice do you seek?
Trading is just like art. It takes skill.
We are the spearhead.
Some choose wealth, others prefer power. And me, well, I'm not that picky. I'll take both.
Oh, there is a way up and down there.
The dead know nothing, and neither do...
They say a little bit of humility never hurt anyone. Submit, and you'll die quickly.
Well,
I will
Damn it. We're under attack. Kill the intruders. Stop.
No.
Lower your
what it's
weapons.
going for. They're not listening.
Scared yet?
Yeah.
Let's get to it.
Fate shields me.
Yeah.
Doubt is for the weak. I'll do it.
Wow, you literally
Faith
just
without
failed
deeds
everything.
is worthless.
Oh, you can hit there finally. That's good.
I refuse.
Don't refuse.
I will not.
Yeah, I need you to.
I'm here, maggot.
Competent.
Let's get to it.
Cover me. Will do. Anything else? Farewell. No can do.
will do.
Who's a sniper? Those are just standard las guns. There's a sniper. I was like, I guarantee you they have a sniper somewhere. Blinded.
Out of my way.
Harry. You're blind. I was gonna say you shouldn't be able to hit. Ow.
Here we go.
Stop it!
Yay.
Explorers know one route. Forward. Request approved. Your desire condemns you. My vow is to serve. The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all. The spiritual prognosis is favorable. Request approved. My vow is to serve.
If I must. This tedium is beneath me. I understand your intent. I am not your Xenos pet, monkey. If I must. Fortune favors the swift.
I bring mercy and retribution. The shadows will see it done. I shall not fail.
Pretty much.
Trust me. Death is a blessing.
Aww.
Already done. Not a problem for me. All too easy. Nothing I can't do. Already done. Watch and learn. Posing me was your biggest mistake. Not a problem for me.
What do I want to do now? Oh yeah, I want to go back to cover. Oh, look! I jumped all the way back to cover. That move is so crazy.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet.
Yeah, you do really good at making that happen too, aren't you? He's never within sight. If I go here, that one is, but I'm gonna hit Gabella and not hit the guy on the roof.
I'm not accustomed to dying grace, at least.
Well, got that.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Request approved. The Omniscient.
Same bounty. Yep.
Request approved.
Not quite claimed.
My vow is to serve.
I'll
Go ahead and have him do it
paint your
again.
Death in colors.
Can't quite reach. I can claim bounty for free.
Request approved. Significant value. The order is contrary to dogmatic protocols. Natural prognosis is favorable.
I can hit that, but I don't think I could. It's a good turn. That is not where you were supposed to be. Well.
Victory is imminent. It will be done. Indeed. At your beck and call.
Give that boost to everyone since you're kind of stuck.
Get me a target.
Working on it.
Let's see to it. Naturally.
Let's make it quick.
Jay!
Living on the edge.
Pretty much.
Tell me, and it is done. Don't get too cocky. I can do that with the right incentive. Don't get too cocky. Am I getting paid for this?
No.
My place is at the fore.
Let's get to it!
Come on, Rebel. Oh no, you killed your own guy.
Let's get to it.
Oh, good. I'm glad you're capable of missing. That's very helpful. What's not helpful is the lack of
God Emperor, move
sight
through
lines.
me. Be the fire in my heart. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands. This is unacceptable. Doubt is for the weak.
High momentum.
Power resides in the will of the righteous. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it.
Yeah, let's do that. Help him hit. Oh, I should have done it on the sniper.
Will do.
Really, I need you to actually hit.
Anything else?
Yeah, hit. Yeah, do that.
On it.
Another soul slips beyond the veil.
No! I need to get reload on this guy. Oh, that guy's dead.
This tedium is beneath me. Ancestors, guide me. I understand your intent. If it serves your cause.
And snipe him.
I am not your Xenos pet.
You are.
If I must.
Death comes in silence. As the tenants demand. Trust me.
It didn't do it. Oh, I forgot to do this first.
The shadows will see it done. As honor ordained.
Caught by the web.
Too easy. Suits my purposes.
It's not staying burning? Wow.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. Isn't this a job for the serfs? I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
A tactically sound approach.
It will be done. I will do my duty.
I won't object to it.
I want to see her ability on that guy, so I'm actually going to leave him.
I need a foothold. But of course, Lord Captain. Let's see to it.
Let's get to it.
Ay, that hurt a lot.
I can do that with the right incentive.
Does that not do it?
Stop trying, monkey.
Out of position, really?
I will not. You cannot force me, Elantak.
Yeah, apparently you can't do anything. That was a waste.
You've got a problem. Aww, you're no fun.
Show me what you've got.
Really? You're not dead yet? No?
Stop, my kin. It is me.
Is she not? She does have range from there.
Rejoice in battle! Faith without deeds. I will not join the ranks of the dead. As the Emperor commands, I act. Doubt is for the weak. This is why I was chosen.
Sure. Try to melee her. This dumb move. Makes an attack with current weapon against an enemy. Attack cannot miss and deals 50% injury. Okay.
What, of course. Will do. Anything else? What an unfortunate turn of fate.
I mean, that works.
Was that you? Or
No, it was the warp acting up because it's getting a bit higher.
Request approved.
Come on, kill it.
The Omnissiah knows all. Significant value.
Nice. Good job. That's all really I need you to do right now.
I am not your Xenos pet monster. That is beneath me. I will not. Stop trying, monkey. Aim for the heart next time.
Pretty much.
Let not the righteous fear. May their blades be sharp.
I will not join the ranks of the dead.
Come, the other side awaits.
Juliet's usually dispassionate face is contorted in a grimace of pain and rage. Your elucidator activates when she begins speaking in her own language.
I swear on Cain's riven heart, Warren, you will pay for your treachery. May Morai hex under your fate and cast it away. May the blood of Eldanesh flood your throat.
Oh. Oh, well, well. Who knew there's a tempest raging beneath the unfurled surface?
Juliet closes her eyes, sucks in a breath through her teeth, and quickly murmurs something. When she opens her eyes, her face is once again a mask of cool serenity. She looks at you and begins to speak, this time in low Gothic.
Please excuse me, Elantach. I allowed the turmoil in my soul to win out over my reason. A slip like that could cost me more than you can even imagine. My very soul. I must be more careful, even in the face of treachery.
Oh yeah, no, I know what you're talking about. She who thirsts seeks you. She thirsts for you. She's very thirsty. Who is Moran? What is this treachery you speak of?
Morin is the one responsible for the rebel lions against the ruler of Janus. But allow me to tell you everything from the beginning. We call ourselves the children of Asurion. Aldrai is another name of ours. We are the echoes of the great empire that once ruled the galaxy and created new worlds. The planet that you call Janus is one such maiden world, the Lilithan, a haven that our ancestors made for their kin. For many millennia, only the shadows of our predecessors lived among the ruins, until you humans came here.
Asuriani, a branch of the Aldrai race that inhabits planetoid-sized vessels known as craft worlds.
We are the heirs, and we are entirely within our rights to call the maiden world our own. However, our arrival is a tragedy, not a homecoming.
Sorrow seeps into Juliet's voice.
We belong to craft world Kredarik, which fell on the border of this star region. Only the providence of the merciful gods allowed us to escape the fate that befell those whose souls perished amidst the stardust along with our abode.
Craft World, a vast, planetoid-sized spacecraft populated by Aldrai of the Asuriani faction.
Destroying an Aldrai craft world is a serious achievement. I'd like to shake the hand of whoever did it.
A destroyed craft.
Jay breaks off, and then hurriedly whispers to you.
Hey, Ignatius. If we get a chance, we should check this place out. Even if the craft world was blasted to bits, anyone who finds a piece of it will make a fortune.
An angry vox crackle interrupts Jay. However, the squall confines himself to this threatening gesture, obviously not wanting to bicker in front of the Aldrai about who has the right to plunder the world of her kin.
He's actually smart. Instead of being like, hey, we're gonna go plunder your people, he's like,
His green visor flashing with interest, the squall carefully clarifies.
Which border exactly?
You don't need to know that, Iron Monkey. I am aware of your looting practices. After the calamity, the Lilithan offered my kin a sanctuary, a place of respite in the ruins of our ancestors, under the canopy of the forests created by the wisdom of our world singers, living alongside your kind, who reap the fruits of our labor with such vulgarity.
How are your kin connected with the uprising on the planet?
The Asuryani do not enter battles they cannot win. However, it is in our power to direct the currents so that the elements themselves wash obstacles and enemies from our path. And so it was in this case. Warren, the Farseer from Krudaruk, saw a future without the Monkey, and we followed his lead. We simply used the Monkey as passions against them, their love of freedom and anarchy, their love of domination and violence. Stoking enmity between servants and rulers is easier when your targets are governed by emotion rather than reason. My kin became military advisors to the Monkey who rose up against the ruler of this world. I had a different mission, to become Vistanzar's handler, since the rebels would be unable to get to her until both sides were sufficiently weakened. The ruler of the humans had never seen a child of Asuryan before, and so she accepted the lie about a degenerate branch of Monkey dwelling far from their own kind.
So you came here with the rest of the Eldari?
No, my path brought me to the Lilith later.
Juliet hesitates.
By another route. It was Morin who welcomed me here. He was one of the surviving Farseers of Krudaruk. He was with a handful of Asuryani who had escaped death and found the path here, to the destroyed cradle of our kind. They were outraged when they saw how the Monkey had ravaged our flourishing garden.
Why did you attack your own kind? Why did your own kind attack you?
I know not the answer to that question.
Juliet lowers her head.
Many cycles have passed since I departed these forests and my kin. They cannot have forgotten me, can they?
So why are you telling me this? What has brought this candor?
Elantach, your arrival has thrown my paths into disarray, and lifted the veil on the truth that had been hidden from me. While I was shadowing the humans' ruler, I failed to see the signs that there was another threat looming over the Lilith besides the Monkey's deeds. The threat should be familiar to you, as it is to other intelligent species in the galaxy. We call it Silantresh, she who thirsts, goddess of chaos.
Silantresh and She Who Thirsts are the names the Eldari give to the chaos god Slanesh, their ultimate enemy. Slanesh is the god of passion, excess, and forbidden pleasures, and is known for his fickle and treacherous nature.
Disfigurements, it seems you call these mutations, are the surest sign of this threat. By mutilating living forms, this malevolent power subjugates them and bends them to its will. You have seen the deformities in the faces of those who are closer to the Lilithan's body than others, the rebels who hide under the canopy of these forests. The Monkey are weak in spirit, they are susceptible to the propositions of She Who Thirsts, and in their drive to attain her poisoned gifts, they perform perverse rituals in her name, rituals that require sacrifices, like the Monkey who were brought to the palace and never seen again. The Lilithan's world spirit senses the threat, and resists as much as it is able. The living things that inhabit this world are becoming its weapons, weapons turned against the Monkey. Poisonous plants, rabid beasts, these are all like a blade in the Lilithan's hand as she fights the coming of Silantresh. The signs that have been revealed to me, they all indicate the presence of corruption on this world. Tendrils of corruption may be threading through the world spirit, poisoning it even as we speak. But for corruption to take hold of the planet so quickly requires effort directed by the will of another.
Juliet pauses.
I believe Vistanzarviat is enthralled to the will of Silantresh.
What? Vistanzarviat, the governor who has duly served the dynasty and the Imperium for decades? Ignatius, I hope you will not stand for such scurrilous slander aimed at one of your finest servants.
I actually am inclined to agree with her, based on what I've heard and seen.
As lamentable as it may be, the Imperium's history knows many cases where even the most steadfast followers of the creed would turn away from his light. Governor Viat had to tap into many founts of knowledge to turn Janus into a prosperous agri-world. Perhaps one of those founts became her undoing. Ah, Xenos. Such wonderful creatures, Shireen. Just before we came, Pointy Ears spent her days serving the governor, but the moment the wind changed, she started regaling us with tragic tales about her people's dismal fate and the world's plights. And we humans are to blame for everything, naturally.
Jay clicks her tongue and glances at Juliet with suspicion.
Although there is a grain of sense to her words, I will give her that.
And if she is to blame, why haven't you executed her already?
There is only one crime graver than serving Silanthresh. It is betraying the children of Asurion for her benefit. Moran saw the paths. He beheld the future. How could he not see the dark stain on its face? How could he fail to do everything in his power to rid the Lilithan of this canker?
Juliet's voice grows angrier, more piercing.
Before I rip this poison seed from the Lilithan's body, I will make Moran answer me.
Maybe she is tainted from consorting with the archenemy. We will have to find out for ourselves.
Perhaps the signs I uncovered have failed to convince you. I pray to the gods that other proof, something more comprehensible to you, will emerge to sway your opinion.
Oh, I'm kind of inclined to agree. I'm just saying we need to find more proof, more details, and eradicate problems.
Silanthresh is deceitful and cunning.
Yep.
She subtly penetrates the soul, offering false perfection, luring victims into her web with promises of a wicked ideal. The ruler of the Monkey perhaps does not even know that her soul has been corrupted.
If we want to meet with leaders, we better keep going.
In the dimness under the canopy, you notice the outlines of machines, portable generators that provide power to the camp. Some of the machines have fallen into disuse, and it would be impossible to make sense of the cables and wires strewn about the floor without the help of a tech priest.
Melta! Aldari, give unto me your gear.
The runes form the lines of an ancient Xenos poem that tells of the creation of a Lilithan, of turning a lifeless dead world into a blooming garden.
It unites us.
You are right. Only we know what it is to pray to our intercessor at an altar in our struggle to protect those close to us, to be their spiritual shield.
The runes form the lines of an ancient Xenos poem that tells of the creation of a Lilithan, of turning a lifeless dead world into a blooming garden.
Follow my lead.
The floor of the bunker is littered with sleeping bags, backpacks,
None
and the
are
rebels' meager
better at
belongings, clothes
searching.
smeared with blood, primitive data slates, half-eaten new tri-bars.
The Vicia. Would he be proud? Am I?
I don't think you are.
None shall stand
Just
in
right
my
there.
way.
Isn't pride a
What now?
problem?
I do what I must. Just as he ordained.
O Messiah, grant me the wisdom to perceive.
Wow.
The Vicia. Would he be proud? Am I?
A joy for
Unlocked.
me.
Agility and athletics.
Searching is my observance.
Blood is my life. Death is my duty.
One and it's done.
Please work.
A soldier would have been disciplined for such a performance.
You failed.
Who thought that was a good idea?
Me.
Lesson learned.
Wow. And he has fairly decent athletics. Apparently, we're really going to need to boost it up a lot.
Assassins are exemplary at evading enemy attacks and then delivering their own devastating blows, melee or ranged. They benefit from high dodge and
only
dodge reduction
65.
as well as precisely planned attacks on enemies' weak spots.
A soldier would have been disciplined for such a performance. Lesson learned.
What is that?
Okay, wow. Wow. So we'll do 2 and then heal him, 2 and then heal him.
The Imperium's enemies wear a million guises. Whether it be the traitorous heretic, the devious Xenos, or the spawn of chaos, their fate is one and the same, to burn in the righteous flame of the God Emperor.
Something of interest.
Hey, he passed that time.
I do what I must.
Data slate with notes. Kurt, I know it's been rough for you since the meeting by the ruins. First contact leaves an impression on everyone, but when I recommended you to the commander, I never thought you wouldn't have the stomach to process the truth. Think what you want, but I'm still your friend. I don't want anything to happen to you because of your own stupidity. I saw your bag with the packs of new tribars that our lads brought from the settlement, and if you thought no one would notice a couple of clips missing from Torben's backpack, you thought wrong. I want to give you a chance. Return the goods. You know every new tribar counts these days. The stuff that grows in the forest is no longer edible, and we're in need of weapons more than ever. I can guess why you need all this. You want to split, abandon our cause, go back home, and pretend nothing happened. But I'm not writing this to appeal to your conscience. I just want to say that you're a marked man now, Kurt. After meeting the higher-ups, cutting and running is the worst thing you can try to do. They are watching those who've seen them. They won't let you leave. Let's talk, just talk, you and me, in private. Let me know when you're in the camp.
Wow. And then it looks like the Eldari shot him.
In the back of the corpse head, there is a strange, narrow hole that does not look like it came from any conventional Imperial weapon. A hole like that could have been left by a thin blade piercing the skull.
Yeah, like a shuriken cannon.
The touch of She Who Thirsts has disfigured the Lilithan down to the smallest of her children. How deep does the corruption run?
The plant is covered in pulsating purple spots. Young shoots are already covered in similar marks, clearly a sign of mutation, not a disease.
Yep. I think your friend joined She Who Thirsts.
With fire and vigor, our
These creatures were once so timid, so reticent. Could the seed of evil truly have taken root in them as well?
Yep. She Who Thirsts.
I understand your intent. If it serves your cause. This tedium is beneath. No weakness is hidden from my sight. If I must. If it serves your cause.
No! Okay, I did do the other one.
Emperor, give me strength. If I may... How dare you!
Oh, it hurts you when we use it an extra time.
Forge ahead! Already done. Suits my purpose. Not a problem for me. All too easy. You didn't stand a chance. Suits my purpose. Opposing me was your biggest mistake.
There we go.
The massive statue depicts one of the gods of the Isle Drive, an ancient Xenos race that once inhabited vast regions of the galaxy.
Attention to detail is the key to success.
Just as he ordained. The Viscera, would he be proud? Am I?
A giant ravenous creature whose hide is pierced with spikes and spines. The skin around the growths is inflamed, as if the protuberances have appeared recently, causing the creature pain.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
You know, I keep looking at it, but I still have no idea what it's made of. Looks like some kind of bone. Except I can't even imagine a living thing that size, let alone believe it exists.
The tall being in a fine long garment turns to you, their face hidden behind the blank visor of their helmet. When they begin to speak, even from a distance you feel the air around the figure grow cold.
Monkey, you should not be here.
You should not be here.
Juliet strides forward, her eyes flashing.
Morin, I am calling you to account. You said that the great danger threatening the Lilithan lurked in the hearts of the Monkey, in their greed and ignorance, and all the while another enemy was looming over this world, an enemy whose tracks you should have seen in things to come. Silent Thresh, she who thirsts, is threatening this world, and you hid it from us. Answer me, did you or did you not behold our greatest foe in the Lilithan's future? Did you lie to me?
After Juliet's words, the two tall Aldrai behind Warren start moving. One looks around at the leader, while the other lets out a cry, muffled under his visor. The rebel beside you cringes, as though the Aldrai speech causes him pain. He strains to say something, but Warren makes an imperious gesture, and the soldier meekly straightens up and salutes, staring at the Xenos with slavish devotion. The robed figure inclines their head, and then they begin to speak.
Juliet the outcast, you left the path that was set out for you. You brought unknown Monkey to our refuge, and now you speak to me with unseemly anger. Your long wanderings far from Krudarip have altered your mind and tainted your sight.
We'll wait for a moment.
My wanderings are the path I have chosen for myself. Far from the walls of Krudarip, I have seen and come to know things that no other Aldrai could hidden away in a craft world their entire life. Why do you deny my words about Silent Thresh? Is it because you were lying to me and my kin when you showed us the true path? This Elantach was the first person to discover the coming of Silentfresh, one of those whom the Monkey call Chaos Gods. Without him, I would still be deceived by your words about destiny and the true future.
Monkey revealing paths. It's ludicrous. Monkey bring pain and strife, in our time, and for all time. How can you trust a monkey after what we taught you? After hearing the sorrowful song of the dying world,
Warren turns his head toward you.
it was not chance that brought Krudarek down. Monkey destroyed our ancient home, stripped us of our defenses, doomed us to wander amidst the cold stars.
The colors of these Xenos are painful to behold, but there is just as much pain in their hearts. Or could it be fear, despair? I cannot tell. The hues are too strange. Too...
Cassia flinches, and a trickle of blood runs down her cheek.
She who thirsts. I am sorry to hear you lost your homeworld. I was not there and know nothing of it.
Warren gazes at you intently.
If these words had come from an Isledry, I would have believed them. But you are merely a monkey, a plaything of your own passions. Any emotion that takes hold of your soul can drive out all trace of reason and honor.
You are playing with words and avoiding the question.
Notes of desperation and rage are creeping into Juliet's voice now.
The Lilithan is under threat from our eternal foe, and yet you're more concerned about the presence of the Elantach than the corruption that is flowing through the veins of this world. Did you never consider that your will might simply be hastening Silentfresh's triumph? Perhaps the ruler's servants, in their efforts to protect her, will resort to more and more instruments of corruption.
Warren leans down over Juliet, his tone menacing.
You left Krudarek in our darkest hour to gratify your ego. You came to us on the Lilithan, and I accepted you as one of our own. I even gave you a real purpose, Juliet the outcast. And you dare to insult me, a Farseer. It was a mistake to let you into our circle. You have turned our efforts to survive into dust with your own hands.
I am a child of Asurian, Warren, not a plaything in the cold hands of fate, which you claim speaks through your mouth. My choice of path is no worse than yours or any other Aldry's, and my path calls me to fight our true enemies, not eradicate the Monkey. If it comes to it, I will stand with them, for this Elantach can see what you are blind to, Farseer.
Juliet's eyes are alight with fury. She pointedly lays her hand on her weapon, looking away from the Farseer.
My duty is to protect my world and my vassals. If Janus is being threatened by the Archemy, I will fight it to the end.
The words of a creature whose will is ruled by momentary whims. There is nothing you can do to make me believe in the strength of your convictions.
You speak of the strength of one's convictions, Warren. You claim it is your destiny to protect your kin. So then what happened to the Aldry you sent to the Monkey ruler before me? The Aldry whose skull is now kept as a Monkey trinket. That was the previous envoy you sent, wasn't it? Did you see the same fate for me in your visions?
His fate was to serve Krudarek, the spirit of our craft world that keeps the Asurani alive. Your destiny is to do the same, Juliet the outcast, as long as you aren't planning to transgress our laws again.
What have you done to them? They believe your commander.
The Monkey believe they are serving fellow members of their tribe, their wise and noble chiefs. My gift is potent enough to ensure that the Monkey hiding in these forests see us as humans rather than children of Asuriah, and see your primitive structures rather than the traces of our kind.
Come to your senses, servants of the God Emperor. Throw off the curse of fog and sorcery and stand against the Xenos. Stand for humanity.
What? The man shudders, screws up his face, and after a second, stares around in bewilderment as if seeing everything for the first time.
By the God Emperor, they are.
Warren utters a florid curse and calls his kin to battle.
I begin the dance of death.
Out of my way!
Heal my wounds.
Ay.
This is the body.
Hold on!
I understand your intent.
Fortune favors the swift.
Heal my wounds.
If it serves your cause. This tedium is beneath me. If it serves your cause. I am not your Xenos pet,
Here we go!
I'll return this favor tenfold.
Wow.
Let's make it quick.
Yeah, that's not wise to get in there. You just stunned your own guy, you idiot.
Anything else?
Not sure why you're so terrible at shooting right now. Scream in his head.
You will pay dearly for your actions.
Probably not. You might pay dearly, though. Whoops, you can't see.
Anything else?
As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. Guided by faith.
Spirit.
Sorry.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Time to slaughter someone.
These poor
I will not fail
slave
the
things of
craft
she who
world.
thirsts. They think they have any chance.
A dance of blades and shadows. As the tenants demand. No. My blade whispers your name. As honor ordains. The shadows will see it done. I shall not fail.
Teacher, heal my wounds.
Well, that guy's had better days. Sorry.
Already done. Nothing of value has been lost. Nothing I can't do.
I will not
All
yield
too
to
easy.
the likes of you.
Death is a blessing.
Suits my purposes.
But I killed someone without...
Not my specialty.
Well, that's frustrating.
I'll bring glory to my bloodline. Ah, thank you. Now, where were we?
Scared yet? I'm here, maggot.
I mean, the fact that you're still alive is impressive. I'm not gonna lie.
Indeed.
You let him
It will be
dodge?
done. At your beck and call.
Jay.
Tell me, and it is done. Am I getting paid for this?
No. It's services rendered to the rogue trader in exchange for your continued
As
existence.
the tenets demand. As honor ordains. Caught by the web. The shadows will see it done.
I can do that. With the right incentive. You've got a problem? I've got a problem.
Let's get to it.
Oh, failure, failure, failure. Come on, girl. Right, let's see. Cassia.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. I am a navigator, not a servitor. Step aside. The navigator is coming.
I'll put my psychic abilities to use. I won't object to it. For the throne's glory. But of course, Lord Captain. Let's see to it. Naturally.
Activating calculated fury algorithm.
Let's get to it.
Juliet surveys the field of battle.
May the gods guard us against pride and wandering in the vagaries of fate.
Might as well send you off for the rest. Are you alright?
All right, I am overcome with grief, and anger, and anguish, but if I give free rein to my emotions, I will be imbibing it. the thing that has already entangled the Lilothan, and, it seems, befuddled the mind of the one who was called to lead my kin.
Yep.
My kin have trusted in the visions of Farseers for millennia to show us our path through amidst the stars. But throughout my life on the Crudarach, I have too often seen knowledge of things to come, as changeable and capricious as deep water currents, weave chains around the bodies of those of fear to enter murky waters. That is why I became an outcast, renouncing the traditions of the Crudarach and leaving its confines, to seek out my own path. Perhaps the Crudarach's demise filled Morin with so much sorrow that it poisoned his mind. Or perhaps it was hatred for the monkey who desecrated the face of the Lilothan that plunged his mind into darkness. Or perhaps Silantresh herself was playing Farseer, appearing amidst her poisoned gardens.
Juliet begins speaking more quietly, though harshness breaks through in her voice at times.
I will never learn the answer to this question. But perhaps if I uncover the secret of Crudarach's demise, I might be able to lift the veil even a little on this mystery.
There's nothing more to be done here. Let's return to the shuttle.
Juliet gives you a long, studying look.
Wait, Elantach. Before you leave these forests forever, take me with you to the distant suns. The tale of the children of Asurion on the Lilothan is coming to an end, but somewhere out there, among the cold stars of the cosmos that your kind calls the Expanse, there are others, deprived of home, lost, suffering.
Juliet shuts her eyes, and grief twists her finely sculpted features.
We can help one another, Elantach. You will be my wings, and I your wounding spear, and your voice of reason, should you encounter my kin, if that is still not enough.
Juliet thinks for a moment and continues carefully.
I promise you a wondrous reward, Elantach. The treasures of my world hidden in the vastness of space in exchange for the rescue of my kin. If you remain true to your word and do not go back on our covenant.
Do not lack for boldness. Even your request is worded as not as a plea, but as a treaty. I like it. We will have a deal.
Juliet looks at you, tilting her head slightly.
Do not forget that the Lilothan still needs help. Vistanzaviat must be slain so that the maiden world can live.
Oh, I'm aware.
And remember your promise, Elantach. When we leave the Lilothan, it will be to go to the distant stars. Morin saw them in his visions, and they sang mournful songs about the fate of my people. And I will fight beside you until the song of the stars turns into a funeral lament.
The surviving rebels are panting heavily, catching their breath after the battle. One by one, they look at you expectantly.
Well, what now? What are you going to do with these gullible idiots, Lord Captain? They have let themselves be turned into a weapon in the hands of Xenos.
Kibela enunciates every word as if announcing a verdict.
Their lack of spirit has opened the way for his enemies. Thus, they are poisoned, both by their own weakness and by inhuman sorcery.
Oh, man. Now we need some iconoclast. The people of Janus have suffered enough. The Xenos have been taken care of. Now it's time to free yourselves from the chaos-worshipping governor.
Jubilant cries shake the forest. The survivors shout out your name, praising the rogue trader and gabbling promises of eternal loyalty. It seems that with the removal of the Isle Drive, an unseen weight has been lifted from their shoulders. Juliet's abilities.
While you guys listen to this, I'm going to run and grab coffee. Yep.
Juliet is a Xenos, one of the Asurioni. She is a ranger who follows the path of the outcast, and her skills in ranged combat are without equal. Juliet does not use human weapons and can wear either Isle Dry armor or, if she learns the required feature, Druckery armor. Juliet's unique ability instantly ends her turn. However, at the start of her next turn, she will make an attack that always hits its target. The air around the stone palm dotted with ancient runes is thick with the smell of ozone.
I need more. I don't have enough.
You know, I keep looking at it, but I still have no idea what it's made of. Looks like some kind of bone. Except I can't even imagine a living thing that size, let alone believe it exists. Figure we could try sawing it open. What if there's something real valuable inside?
The mystical gate to the woodway, as far as you know, the only method of entering the mysterious dimension created by long-forgotten races of old.
It's about time.
Yeah. If only we could open the webway and gain access, we could have a lot of fun. All right, who is our primary
Always ready.
warp lore? Lore warp 30. 35, 45. $66 is not enough.
For every 10 damage dealt by the assassin's attack, that attack also deals +1 direct damage to the same target. Direct damage, damage that cannot be reduced by the target's parameters or bonuses. Whenever the assassin deals direct damage, the target must pass an agility resistance test with a 8 penalty or become slowed until the end of their next turn. Whenever the Psyker uses a damaging psychic power on targets that are 6 cells or farther from the Psyker, the targets suffer an additional +3 damage.
I thought we were 19 already, so why? We have Minoris. Oh, I don't have Minoris? I thought I did.
Foreboding. Creates an area that lasts until the start of the Psyker's next turn. LL allies within that area gain +8% dodge. Their dodge chance cannot be less than 8%.
Can't believe we failed that.
Grenades and medikits cost 1 less action point to use, minimum 0. Every critical hit scored by the Master Tactician grants them momentum equal to resolve/2, works up to 3 times per turn. Whenever the Master Tactician's ally uses a heroic act, the Master Tactician gains +5 fellowship. Whenever their ally uses a desperate measure, the Master Tactician gains +5 toughness. These bonuses stack and last until the end of combat. Whenever the Master Tactician or the Master Tactician's ally uses any consumable item, for example, grenade, medikit, etc., or reloads a weapon, the Master Tactician gains +2 stacks of tactical advantage. Every enemy killed by the Master Tactician increases the Master Tactician's resolve by +1 until the end of combat. Whenever the Master Tactician heals an ally, that ally gains +1 resolve until the end of combat. This effect stacks up to a maximum of +8. At the beginning of the Master Tactician's turn, if their momentum is higher than 125, the first burst attack or area attack used by the Master Tactician this turn costs 1 less action point, minimum 0.
So many good options, chat.
The Master Tactician suffers direct damage equal to 20% of their maximum wounds, gains Master Tactician's resolve stacks of tactical advantage, and resets the cooldown of Linchpin, Inspire, and Strongpoint. Until the end of the Master Tactician's turn, these abilities can only target the Master Tactician themselves. The Master Tactician marks an enemy. If that enemy is killed by one of the Master Tactician's allies before the beginning of the Master Tactician's next turn, that ally gains +10 +2 allies resolve, momentum and +5 to all characteristics until the end of combat. The bonus to all characteristics does not stack.
I think we might have to respec a few things.
If an enemy suffers a critical hit from one of the assassin's allies, at the start of the assassin's turn, a new opening is created on that enemy on whichever side is closest to the assassin. Each successful dodge grants the assassin +6% damage for the next successful attack.
What was it she was doing? Don't remember. We were having her do demolitions.
The assassin makes an attack that does not count toward the limit of attacks per turn and does not block the assassin's movement, but deals only 25% of the assassin's usual damage. If the attack is successful, the target suffers the hemorrhage effect. Hemorrhage, at the beginning of each of the target's turns they will suffer 9 rending damage that ignores armor and deflection. Lethality, a specific assassin parameter that is equal to dodge or dodge reduction, whichever is higher.
Don't think that's a good option for him.
If an enemy suffering from any of the Executioner's damage over time effects is suffering from bleeding, burning, including the effects inflicted by a pyromancer or a navigator, and toxin, including the effects inflicted by a biomancer, at the same time, all of these damage over time effects deal plus 30% more damage to that enemy. The Executioner immediately inflicts bleeding 5 on an ally of their choice, including themselves. That ally gains a plus 8% bonus to dodge and plus 3 additional MP until bleeding ends for any reason. Until the start of their next turn, the Executioner gains bonuses to their parameters for each creature, enemy or ally, in combat suffering from the following damage over time effects. Bleeding, plus 2% armor per creature. Burning, plus 2% dodge per creature. Toxic. The Executioner's next ranged attack or psychic staff ability inflicts a damage over time effect on all targets hit. The type of this effect depends on the attack's damage type. Physical damage inflicts toxin. Energy damage inflicts burning. The level of this damage over time effect is equal to minimum weapon damage /7. This effect is only applied once per target after all other effects from the attack are applied. All allies affected by Word of the Emperor are healed from 8 to 17 wounds. This psychic power can only be used while there is at least one ally affected by Word of the Emperor.
That's actually really good, because you can just get on the whole team and heal the whole team. So we need to put the psi rating up and resolve. Let's do that.
In my sights gains additional dodge reduction equal to ballistic skill %. In my sights gains additional armor penetration equal to perception %.
That could be worth it.
Druckery equipment.
That might be worth getting too. Just in case we find something that's really good.
Whenever the assassin hits a target with an attack that has 100 lethality or greater for the first time in a round, the assassin immediately regains the AP spent for that attack. Whenever the assassin hits an enemy without hitting the enemy's opening, the assassin gains plus 10% dodge until the start of their next turn. The assassin gains plus 15 lethality against enemies that have any of following effects: slowed, immobilized, or hemorrhage. The bonus is gained for each of these effects but cannot exceed plus 45 lethality.
I'm gonna go with that, because I don't know if we need it, but it wouldn't hurt. So many options.
Enemies damaged by the Navigator suffer plus 11% additional damage from any source of war. Every even turn, second, fourth, etc., the Navigator gains an additional action point. Every odd turn, first, third, etc., the Navigator gains plus 20 perception. Whenever the Navigator uses a Navigator power that has not been used this combat, the Navigator gains plus 2 perception until the end of combat. Whenever an enemy fails a resistance test against a navigator's power, attacks against them gain plus 32% critical hit chance. The effect stacks but is reset by a critical hit. Navigator powers deal +1 additional damage for every 5 bonus characteristic of the navigator's currently equipped staff. Castigating, infusing, and devastating count as characteristics for this talent. Allies that are targeted by the navigator's power gain plus 10% armor. This additional armor is reduced by the amount of veil degradation to a minimum of plus 0% and increased by the allies that are targeted by the navigator's abilities gain plus 5 to all resistance tests against warp effects caused by daemons, psychic powers, navigator powers, etc. until the end of combat. The effect stacks with every applied ability. Infusing. Allies that become targets of the navigator's powers gain bonuses to all their characteristics equal to the infusing parameter until the end of the navigator's next turn. This bonus stacks and is prolonged until the navigator's next turn every time it stacks. Allies that are targeted by the navigator's abilities gain plus 5 to all resistance tests against warp effects caused by daemons, psychic powers, navigator powers, etc. until the end of combat. The effect stacks with every applied ability. The navigator deals from 17 to 38 damage to an enemy. That enemy must pass a willpower resistance test or become immobilized until the start of the navigator's next turn. Deals from 19 to 42 damage to all targets in line and inflicts the soul burn effect. Soul burn. The target suffers 19 damage at the start of their turn. At the end of their turn, they must pass a willpower resistance test to remove the flames. When burning, psychers suffer additional damage every time they use psychic powers, and daemons every time they attack or use psychic powers. All enemies within the area suffer a 26 penalty to their willpower and toughness until the end of the combat. The navigator deals from 17 to 38 damage to an enemy. That enemy must pass a willpower resistance test or become immobilized until the start of the navigator's next turn.
Gotta watch the ones that say if you spend all movement and can't attack, because that adds up and causes problems.
Whenever an enemy is killed by a critical hit scored by the bounty hunter or their ally, the bounty hunter gains plus 2 enemy's difficulty tier % damage for 2 rounds. Whenever an ally kills prey, the bounty hunter gains half of the bonuses granted by hunt down the prey. Whenever the bounty hunter kills an enemy whose difficulty tier is 4 or higher, the bounty hunter immediately reloads their weapon and attacks the closest enemy in their line of sight. This attack gains plus 50% over penetration but deals only 29% of the bounty hunter's usual damage. Whenever the bounty hunter kills prey whose difficulty tier is 4 or higher, the bounty hunter additionally gains plus 2 up.
So many things. Yeah, see, this is what I was talking about, where you can use int for instead of fellowship.
Forward world characters can use persuasion, coercion, and commerce based on intelligence instead of fellowship.
So you can use int-based character. The fellowship-based character is pretty cool too.
Forward world characters gain plus 3 deflection against the burning effect and flame weapons.
Oh, int bonus makes that go up.
The first attack in combat with any plasma, melter, or power weapon deals additional damage equal to 6. For the remainder of combat, the bonus damage is decreased to 3. bounty hunter designates an enemy in a 10-cell radius as trailed and finishes the turn. Trailed. All allies gain plus 7% hit chance against a trailed enemy, plus 15% if the enemy's difficulty tier is more than or equal to V, if an ally kills a trailed enemy. The bounty hunter gains an extra turn after that ally's turn, with all AP and MP remaining from the moment the bounty hunter used hot on the trail. The bounty hunter gains an additional plus 2 plus target's difficulty tier /2 MP. The cooldown of hot on the trail is reset. When hot on the trail is used for the third time during combat, the bounty hunter recovers plus 1 charge of hunt down the prey.
Oh, let's do that.
While the Arch-Militant is under the effect of Reckless Rush, their attacks do not cost MP.
Wait, what?
While the Arch-Militant is under the effect of Reckless Rush, their attacks do not cost MP.
Cool.
Gaining a stack of versatility increases critical hit chance by plus 5% until the end of the turn. Stacks. Killing an enemy with a melee attack makes all the Arch-Militant's ranged attacks this turn cost 1 AP, min 1, and vice versa. Every round, the first single target ability used by an ally on the Arch-Militant grants plus 1 action point to that ally. Every round, the first single target ability used by an ally on the Arch-Militant grants plus 1 action point to that ally. As long as the Arch-Militant has killed at least one enemy with a melee attack this round, the Arch-Militant gains a plus 15% bonus to dodge. Any ranged area and ranged burst attacks of the Arch-Militant reduce the weapon skill of all enemies hit by 10 until the end of combat. Does not. The Arch-Militant gains plus 1 stack of versatility whenever an ally grants the Arch-Militant an extra turn. Any of the Arch-Militant's area attacks, both melee and ranged, reduce the deflection of all the enemies hit by 2 and their armor by 7% until the end of combat. Does not stack. The Arch-Militant's heavy weapon attacks cost 1 action point, minimum 1. The Arch-Militant's next attack, if it hits, will cause all the targets to make a toughness resistance test with a 12 penalty. If failed, the targets will suffer a negative effect based on the attack's damage type. Impact damage knocks the target prone for 1 round. Piercing and rending damage inflicts bleeding and slowdown. The Arch-Militant's next attack this turn will cost 0 AP and will not count toward the attack limit per turn. The cost of this ability is reduced by 1 AP for every 4 stacks of versatility, minimum 1. The Arch-Militant gains the Cautious Approach effect until the end of combat, or until this ability is used again, or until using Confident Approach. Instead of the usual bonuses from versatility, the Arch-Militant gains plus 5% dodge and parry for every stack. If the Arch-Militant already has 4 or more, the Arch-Militant gains the Confident Approach effect until the end of combat, until this ability is used again, or until using Cautious Approach. Instead of the usual bonuses from versatility, the Arch-Militant gains plus 3% dodge reduction and parry reduction and ignores 3% of enemy cover for every stack. All the Arch-Militant's attacks score critical hits, but the Arch-Militant's critical damage on those attacks is reduced by half. If the Arch-Militant already has 4 or more stacks of versatility, the Arch-Militant's attacks always deal maximum damage as long as the Arch-Militant keeps the Confident Approach effect active. The Arch-Militant makes a melee attack with a kick, dealing 6 damage instead of weapon damage. This attack does not count toward the attack limit per turn and counts as a single melee attack for the purposes of versatility. This attack cannot be parried and will push the target 2 cells away.
Sure.
The Devotee and their allies in the area of effect of Warhammer or Furious Recital gain plus 2 damage for single shots and attacks of opportunity for 1 round. The Devotee gains plus 16% to armor against attacks of Daemons and warp damage. The Devotee's resolve is also permanently increased by 2.
Nice. I believe we already have heavy weapons, right? Yeah.
While the Vanguard has at least one temporary wound, they gain plus 11% parry and armor.
He's doing that a lot.
The Vanguard gains plus 10+2 number of unyielding beacon stacks % parry until their next turn. Whenever the Vanguard parries an enemy's attack, they immediately make an attack of opportunity with a 20 penalty to weapon skill against that enemy.
It's good.
Whenever a psychic power used by the Psyker deals damage, a random enemy within 2 cells from the initial target suffers half of this damage. That damage does not trigger this talent again. The Psyker gains plus 24% additional armor against fire damage and half this amount as additional armor against energy damage from Las, Melter, and Plasma weapons. When the Psyker uses a psychic power, all enemies adjacent to the Psyker suffer 8 direct damage. The same also happens when the Psyker suffers damage from burning, bleeding, or melee attacks. Every time the Psyker kills or scores a critical hit against 8 creatures in one combat, the Psyker's next attack, including attacking psychic powers, will cost 0 AP and will not count toward the attack limit per turn. When the Psyker is burning, the Psyker's PSY rating is increased by +1, and the Psyker's resolve is increased by +2. Damage from fire no longer reduces the Psyker's momentum. This psychic power can only target creatures suffering from warp burn or burning. If the target is an ally, this psychic power deals no damage to it. Everyone adjacent to the target, both allies and enemies, suffers the effects of the ignite psychic power. The air around the stone palm dotted with ancient runes is thick with the smell of ozone. The air around the stone palm dotted with ancient runes is thick with the smell of ozone.
Ay, ay, ay. Oh, if we switch to the staff, her ability should go up. Not a bunch, but at this point, a few points will help. Oh.
You can select answers in dialogues using the number keys on your keyboard.
You know, I keep looking at it, but I still have no idea what it's made of. Looks like some kind of bone. Except I can't even imagine a living thing that size, let alone believe it exists.
To look at.
How may I serve the dynasty?
$15 willpower. Which...
Figure we could try sawing it open. What if there's something real valuable
The whispers
inside?
told me how.
There we go.
The giant stone hand covered in ancient runes clearly radiates with warp energy, faint, but strong enough to make the skin on your face tingle.
A new challenge for me?
We didn't get the loot.
one shall stand in my way.
Aha! Found it.
Experience. Nothing matters more.
The pad is speckled with black tracks and scratches. Judging by the evidence of landings and takeoffs, flying machines land here on a regular basis. It could be one of the local types of shuttles.
One and
The
it's
Xena
done.
ruins visible from under the green
I
canopy
won't
look
tolerate
remarkably
weakness.
intact. It seems time and the elements have no power over this bright material.
Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
Done.
This poor sap was clearly mauled by a large predator, but you don't see any signs that the creature gorged itself on his flesh afterward. It appears the beast did not kill this man
An
out of hunger.
expected result.
Nope, out of pleasure.
Do you not struggle to carry the burden of all your years, Grey Warrior? Will your hand not eventually betray you in combat?
Youth has vigor on its side, but
Just
age
as I
has
was
knowledge.
taught.
I'm sure even a long-lived Xenos must understand the importance of experience.
The touch of She Who Thirsts has disfigured the Lilothan down to the smallest of her children. How deep does the corruption run?
The plant's outer tissue has stretched and cracked from the swollen pulp underneath. Murky itcher oozes from the long tears.
Follow my
I
lead.
sense something nearby.
Just as he ordained.
This Vox Tower was assembled from parts clearly not intended for such a use. Among the support beams and plasteel sheets, you see arches from containers and fasteners from agri-cisterns.
Oh, of course. Oh, 3 of them. 4 of them.
Do you really believe you can match a child of a Surian?
That's the big one.
I understand your intent. If I must. This tedium is beneath me. No weakness is hidden from my sight. I am not your Xenos pet mortal.
Please don't do too much.
I've suffered this.
Not my worst day. Oh, yes.
They stopped burning.
Regain your composure.
Oh, careful now.
Already done. Suits my purposes.
He's not still burning.
All too easy. Not a problem for me. Absolutely not.
No! Didn't quite get it both.
Doubt is for the weak. The enemies of the Emperor will be undone. As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands.
Someone like you!
Ow. They said 0% on me. That hurt.
Doubt is for the weak.
Ooh, that hurt.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
Was that you? Or...
You didn't fire.
But of course, my precious has failed me.
Yeah, it has.
I will leave footprints of scarlet. As honor ordains. Let your soul be purged. I shall not caught by no. Let your soul be purged. As the tenants do. As honor ordains.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Isn't this a job for the serfs? Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
This is the officer ability, right? Yeah. No. Should have used that one.
The scriptural prognosis is favorable.
How did you miss that?
Function successfully terminated. My vow is to serve.
No. Forget about that.
It will be done. Victory is imminent. Someone else can do this. Just a minor setback. I will do my duty.
High momentum.
I won't object to it. Let's see to it. For the throne's glory. Naturally.
Tell me, and it is done. I can do that. Don't get too cocky. You've got a problem? Never cross a Kazbalikan. Tell me, and it is done.
If it serves your cause.
Sure it does, because we're trying to kill this thing.
I am not your Xenos pet, monkey.
You are. You're delusional if you think otherwise.
If it serves your cause. Hear you moving. No more.
Running by nearly significant value.
Well, that worked out.
It's about time.
We're getting the hang of it, chat. We're getting the hang of it. Should have came here to begin with. I thought this was another route to the place we wanted to go, but I was wrong. All right, is there any more loot? There is. We missed loot here. No. No. Oh, chat. We made a mistake. We made a mistake. We made a mistake. Mistake. Still need to figure out which of these we want to do. Because some of them don't let you do the other ones. Yeah, see, blocks Cemetery of Faithful. This blocks Hallowed Railway, so we can only do one of these two.
Whenever the wearer kills their target with a melee attack, all enemies in a 2-cell range around the wearer suffer wearer's WP bonus mental damage.
I mean, it's pretty cool. I like the explorator aspect, that's for sure. Thing is...
Blessing of the Fallen. The souls of the crewmen laid to rest in the Foulstone Cemetery send blessings to their ship. / the flagship gains a +5% bonus to evasion.
I mean, that sounds pretty good. Because a flagship boost would be nice. We can do this one. This blocks good tidings, so we can only do one of these. This gives us a pretty nice power sword. And this one gives us an ability.
All allies gain plus 3 allies dogmatic rank, % critical hit chance.
I mean, that's pretty powerful too, since we're going dogmatic. I think that's what we have to do. Because we're going dogmatic.
Experience. Nothing matters more.
Cool. What do we have enough to make? Because if we can get profit factor up, that would be good. Complacency does put up profit factor.
Affects the amount of profit factor produced by the colony and the speed of projects in the colony, increasing and decreasing them by 10% for each point of complacency, respectively.
This just gives us 3. And this doesn't block anything. You're gonna sit there for the rest of existence. I don't know if I can delete people from the party, but I might try.
Your lordship.
Yes.
Glory to the rogue trader of House von Valancius, the guardian of the world, the exterminator of the enemies of humanity.
Victory awaits!
The savior of Janus and scores of other worlds. Glory. Perhaps it is linked. Plenty of high-ranking guests have come for the meeting. Or perhaps they weren't targeting dear Lady Viat, but the trader?
The door guard bows obsequiously.
We need the truth, my dear lady. Should have gone with my instinct.
Greetings, your lordship. How may I be of assistance?
I found the rebel nest.
Have you really, your lordship? And what have you learned?
I know everything, everything, and you have one chance to beg for mercy.
Your lordship, but I have no idea what you're talking about. You have woven your web of deceit in vain. You can no longer hide behind the veil of ignorance. Ignatius has seen the evidence of your deeds, heard the cries of the tormented Lilithan, walked amidst the decay that you brought to the maiden world. Enough of your lies, chaos wretch. Uriet.
Vistanzar exclaims breathlessly.
How dare you, you filthy vermin! I will have you flayed for that outburst. Your lordship, what is going on? The colors are darting to and fro like startled shadows. The colors know that they are the veil that stands between the soul and the truth. If the veil falls, all will turn red and purple. Even now, I can already see the muted purple seeping through.
I've already heard enough. But if you wish to repent, repeat myself, we know Your loyalties ride with the ruinous powers.
Vistanzar clenched her teeth so hard you hear a crack.
I, daughter of House Viat, governor of Janus, and citizen of the Imperium, serve no one other than the Emperor and the von Valancius dynasty. And what you are accusing me of, is merely a tool at my disposal, a tool that I have the power and courage to use. Do you think ordinary methods would have been enough to tame this demented planet? No, my family struggled for decades to subdue Janus once and for all, and it was all in vain. But loyal servants of those families who have resided on Janus for centuries helped me to unlock a new source of power. Ancient knowledge secretly passed down from generation to generation, accessible to a select few, and which grants power over nature itself. How could I reject it? How could I undo all the work of my predecessors, who were entrusted with Janus, who faithfully served the von Valancius dynasty, and who with a madman's obsessiveness heaped this rock into a stunning diamond? 2 days spent among the initiated was enough for me to start hearing the voices of angels in my ears, angels who gifted me the keys to conquering this world. And before you offend my ears with more accusations or moral admonitions, remember who has dutifully served your dynasty all these years. Remember who has devoted her life to turning Janus into the primary source of wealth in your protectorate. Remember to whom your predecessor entrusted one of her most valuable worlds, without fear of treachery or conspiracy. Without me, without my service, my sacrifice, Janus would be nothing.
The squall's vox emits a pensive hiss.
Behold, proof of why knowledge must remain in the hands of the worthy. Many lay people are capable of possessing it, but a wise mind that is not bound by oaths of obedience to the Omnisar is vulnerable to corruption and free thinking, even more vulnerable than the mind of an ignorant commoner.
Oh, my dear governor, the only truly angelic voice on this world is going to roll like thunder right about. Your wicked deeds will not go unpunished, heretic.
She was saying her. That's great.
Now, like honey to one's ears, wouldn't you agree? What more proof do you need, Ellen Touch? The monkey has confessed to her handiwork.
In the name of the Emperor, I, rogue trader von Valancius dynasty, sentence you to death.
You made a mistake in thinking that anyone would come to your aid on my world. Servants, to me.
And done.
We should None shall stand in my way.
Where is our
What torments you?
dear lady
I
skilled
see what others
in these
do not.
endeavors? Oh,
Death
great.
walks
Another one.
with me. The Vicia. Would he be proud? Am I?
I didn't see that was Laura Warp till it was too late. But it looks like she got both of them. Bolt Pister. Yeah, she did. Wow. Cool, cool.
My
Unlocked.
pleasure.
Yep. She's not a servant.
None are better at searching.
Grants plus 10 to Law Warp, but the wielder suffers plus 13% more damage from Psychic and Navigator powers.
A new challenge for me.
You do have a slot open. Good. Because that means more warp.
I won't heed your cries of mercy.
Surrender to the dark powers.
Oh, I didn't see these were going to join in. All right. Please strike her for death.
Fortune favors the swift. If I must. If it serves your cause. This tedium is beneath me. I understand your interest.
Not so corrupt anymore.
I approach the designated position.
Maid of honor. Oh, great. Oh, you'd be able to parry that. Come on. You're failing me. Gah. Great. Everyone's stunned. Yay, because we don't go first in initiative. Yay.
Accept it. Embrace it.
Can I have a turn before half your team goes?
None will stand against me.
Oh, that's just great.
A gust of otherworldly wind brings the smell of rot.
Where's Jay?
Will do.
A gust of cold wind ruffles your hair.
Anything
Please
else?
hit. Just not enough.
The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all. My competencies are not that universal. Running binary override.
No!
Via delight.
I forgot that ends the turn.
I serve the ruinous powers. Be my great words, masters.
Thought you're going to attack.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time. At your beck and call. It will be done.
I am unsatisfied.
Victory is imminent.
Everyone skips turns. Yay!
I move as if unseen. If it serves your cause. I am not your Xenos pet. No weakness is hidden from my sight.
Still not enough.
If it serves your cause. I am not your Xenos pet, monkey. Fortune favors the swift.
Still not enough. Oh, great. She's literally going to pop one out every single turn.
Stay vigilant.
Agony.
Time to prove my mettle.
I am unsatisfied.
The shadows will see it done. As honor ordains.
Why? I thought it did damage when it passed through them. There goes Viserion.
And you chose this one?
Ruinous powers.
Bye, Seneschal.
Was that you? Or... Will do. Anything else?
Cuts and cracks appear on your skin.
Finally. Oh, wow. Most of the Demonettes just vanished.
But of course.
Emperor commands, I act.
New attacks that normally cost at least AP. Attacks spend no AP. Okay.
In thy light I stand, and thy light I crave. God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart. I'll do it. For you, my Emperor. I refuse. That is not the Emperor's will. This is unacceptable. Faith without deep... I will not. Doubt is for the weak.
Burn, lady.
Cogitation failed. Request approved. My vow is to serve.
A moving target lives longer.
I mean, you're not wrong. Who do we want to focus on? Let's focus on
I
that
can
guy.
do that with the right incentive.
Well, hopefully you have the right incentive.
Jai Haydari. Remember the name. Am I getting paid for this?
Nah, run away, chicken! Chicken!
Out of my way!
These ruby collectives are choking me!
Already done.
Oh, guess what? Happy day!
Nothing I can't do. You didn't stand a chance.
Whoops! I think we finished that objective.
All too easy. I don't have time for this. There's nowhere to hide. Nothing of value has been lost. Not a problem for watch and learn. Not my specialty.
I have read tomes of military tactics. I am a navigator, not a servitor. If I may.
Brutal. One hit and she just dropped this by all that. One. Man, she definitely mends.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Alas, no. I won't object to it. But of course, Lord Captain. I won't object to it.
Swift and silent.
Yep. That's what we're trying to do. Fortunately, you don't have enough movement.
You didn't stand a chance.
Capella, my dear. Do you have no... Don't have any.
Trust me.
I shall not fail.
Didn't do as much as I'd hoped for.
As the tenets demand. As honor ordains.
There is movement in the Empyrean.
Okay, boost J, and then...
It's nothing.
It's nothing? Are you sure? You just screamed like you're in pain.
Advancing.
Don't get too cocky. How about no? I'd like to, but I can't. Me? Never in 1,000 sectors.
I'm done with this one.
Juliet lowers her weapon, but her shoulders remain tense. She finally catches her breath, shaking her hair out of her face in a fluid motion, and looks at you.
You have done your duty, Elantach. From now on, the Lilithan has hope for the future, a future without Silantresh and her followers. This world has yet to be cleansed, but there is a time for everything. Now is the
go for
time
it,
to
man.
thank you.
I'm glad you're here for the drops. Go ahead and get them. And if you enjoy it, you can drop a follow. Sorry I missed your chat there from a minute ago. I was kind of focused on the big battle. But welcome in. We're trying to finish it up. hope it's all we hear about the cultists on Janus.
You are hoping in vain. The seeds these spawn leave behind may sprout in 100 years, in other people and other deeds. I pray that I am wrong.
Alright, we must keep a eye on the worlds then.
Juliet nods pensively.
Boy, what do we get now? We get armor and ring, 10 persuasion.
Just as I was told.
Yeah, you and your using fellowship for everything. Not quite, but almost everything. Ooh.
Orpheus de Lenore notes on the nature of aristocracy. To be an aristocrat is to exist in a higher state of being, without a doubt. Each of us is born to realize one supreme purpose, to lead humanity to perfection through our example, perfection which the lesser beings have forgotten in the endless cycle of war and service. Only by attending to their physical, intellectual, and spiritual needs can an aristocrat fully devote themselves to that for which they were born, creative passions, whether that be the fine arts, the written word, government, or other more refined spheres of worldly knowledge. An aristocrat's passion is in itself a virtue and the highest good. An aristocrat must satisfy these needs by any means open to them. Nothing stimulates a weary mind like finemusk, a good flogging, or enjoyment of carnal pleasures with women, men, and animals. In the thrill of passion, an aristocrat is at liberty to torture or maim the object of their desire. If the clergy frown upon such an act, repent, atone for the apostasi with jewels, and forgive them their closed minds, for only an aristocrat is given to understand that such acts are in service of a grand purpose. Should an aristocrat deliberately curtail their own desires in some way and fail to appreciate the gifts granted them as one of nature's higher beings, then in what way do they differ from the dust beneath one's feet, from the mindless beast, or from the crude, deceitful, useless rabble? Such a pretender is an agonizing stain on our noble society, and it behoves every true aristocrat to return our lost brother to the fold or to stamp out his contemptible life as gladly as we might crush a vexatious bug beneath our boot.
Could be the whispers of the archenemy. How can you trust your visions, Adira?
I don't think that's the question you wanted to ask. What you wanted to ask was, how can others bring themselves to trust a despicable psycho like me? Face it, sister, not everybody's as pig-headed as you are.
The secretary is shaking in terror, looking around at the devastation.
Why, your lordship? What happened? Where is Lady Viat?
The secretary stares at Juliet in horror. His face twists, but he cannot seem to get out a single word.
Janus was under two distinct threats: corruption of chaos from Vicia and her associates, and the Xenos had manipulated servants of the Imperium. I have dealt with them both.
Heresy, Xenos?
The secretary makes a protective gesture in the air.
God Emperor preserve us. Your lordship, you have surely saved us from our doom. We will immediately begin scouring the planet to root out any remaining conspirators and traitors.
The secretary begins to speak, but thinks better of it, instead choosing to step aside and bow his head as you pass.
Wow. Wow, chat. Wow. Heresy. I see heresy everywhere. Did you know there's gonna be heresy here? Did you know there's gonna be heresy and you didn't warn me? Chat. You're supposed to warn me of heresy. You're supposed to look out for me, make sure we avoid heresy. All right, so that I think is all we need to do on Janus.
Aetilius Kint offers a friendly smile and a bow.
Your lordship, speaking with you is always an honor.
Uncover the servant who betrayed the governor. Here is where you'll find his body.
The secretary's eyes light with wicked fire.
What wonderful news. We will conduct the identification without delay and punitive measures will be taken against the criminal's close associates. We will instill...
What a sage decision, Shireen. Let the rebels' innocent children and relatives rot on the rack as a lesson to all heretics. I swear to the Exalted One, your name will be fondly remembered on Janus.
I look forward to meeting you again, your lordship.
I need the dogmatic rank, I'm sorry. That made me feel dirty. She's
your lordship.
Claim to the stars.
I live to serve, your lordship. Perhaps it is linked. Plenty of high-ranking guests have come for the meeting. Or
we now have control over the granaries of Janus. The promise of help given to the Liege of Footfall Verdane to Kara can now be fulfilled, should the rogue trader so desire.
Alright, I think we're going to go dogmatic, because we need it. Incendia Corda wanted to deal with them, we'll let them deal with it.
Without provisions, Footfall won't be able to resist the will of Incendia Corda for long and will quickly succumb to her influence. To welcome the new rogue trader, the Adeptus Mechanicus's planetary office brought to the ship an offering of several versatile macro combines, ancient machines whose carcasses had been found on Janus and carefully restored. The sacred steel titans will serve the von Valancius dynasty.
Ooh. Oh wow. So we just get these repeatedly.
Tears of Repentance. All creatures that enter the area of effect created by this grenade must pass toughness, strength, and willpower tests with a demolition /2 penalty. On a failed toughness test, the target becomes blinded for 2 rounds. On a failed strength test, slowed for 2 rounds. On a failed willpower test, disturbed for 2 rounds.
Wow. That's pretty good. We get chemicals, provisions, and security.
Starblight. 19 to 29. Accursed Druckery weapon. Rather than energy beams or bolt charges, it strikes at foes with crystal cylinders, in which is sealed a deadly virus. The creator of this item was clearly after more than the mere death of their enemies. It had to be as cruel a death as possible. Apexalium Stimulant. Combat-purposed medication that enhances a fighter's physical condition to peak performance values, while adversely affecting their mental state. Grants a +10 bonus to strength, toughness, and agility and inflicts a 10 penalty to intelligence, perception, and willpower for 2 rounds.
Interesting. This gives us 4 provisions, though. Wow! Xenotech profit factor. I don't remember. Do you guys remember which one you need for the further projects? Because that's the other thing we got to remember. Projects. Here we go. That's the button. Nope. I can't see the further projects. That's not cool. I mean, those sound really cool, but we do need profit factor, but we do need provisions.
A affects the amount of profit factor produced by the colony and the speed of projects in the colony, increasing and decreasing them by 10% for each point of complacency, respectively. Affects the amount of resources produced by the colony, increasing it by 10% for each point of efficiency.
So we need efficient, complacent places. This gives us efficiency increase. Oh, why? Well, we got that done. That's cool.
The Coronus Expanse is the domain of the rogue traders, who are forever carving out their spheres of influence and becoming entangled in wars over worlds rich in resources.
Oh, that's the nameless star. What's here? Oh, we needed the upgraded augers for that. Cache and the former lantern. Yeah, I couldn't find the former lantern. I thought I found it, but we kept being told we didn't see anything there.
The tranquility of the warp jump was disturbed by reports of frightening sounds and visions that descended upon the crew. Hundreds of people reported knocking and screaming behind the bulkheads of the void vessel, the sound of nails scratching against the hull and the elongated Isle-Dry-like shadows thrashing about the long passageways. The phenomena were most prominent in the far corner of the officer deck where the new Lord Captain's companion, named Juliet, had made her home.
Of course. Archaeotech. Yes. Oh, we needed that. We needed that bad for a project. Nothing. Ooh, promethium. Don't think that was enough. I think we needed 5 promethium. Oh. We do have 5 promethium. It's going to cost all of it, but we need the profit factor right now. Later on, we won't. But for right now, we definitely need it to get items we need. Finally at 40. So we can slow down our demands now. I'm going to hold off on the 2 plasteel for now. Want some more void battles so we can get our rank up. Chart new routes. Hey, there we go.
My apologies, Lord Captain. The enforcers report that your pet Isle-Dry is in a foul mood and is moving toward the captain's bridge. We didn't dare to stop her, but I expect that you have a difficult conversation ahead of you.
Oh no, what are we gonna have? Why are you going in the warp? Maybe we need to put her next to a pariah. Can we pick up a pariah somewhere? Chat, do any of you have the pariah gene? I could use your help.
Reboot completed. Proceeding to execution of program tasks. Greetings, Lord Captain.
Please spare me a brief moment of your time, Elantak. Azurion knows that I do not care about the curious glances of Monkey. I grew inured to them back in the blossoming gardens of the Lilithon. They curse me from afar. They follow my every move. They ward themselves against me. Let them. After all, what can be done with such weak-minded, primitive creatures? And still, one monkey stunt has caused the cup of my patience to spill over. She dared to approach me, to speak to me, and touching my hand, she suggested that we withdraw somewhere private. She wanted Morag. The mere memory of it stirs up a tempest in my soul.
Wow. Where is it? I will punish them for this heresy.
She is already dead, Elantak. I could not let the offense go unpunished, so I took her life myself.
Next time, ask before deciding justice on your own hands.
I am standing before you now, precisely to avoid a repeat occurrence. Try to imagine, Elantak, being lusted after by a wild beast. It is foul, disgusting, so vile that it makes your very soul shudder.
So I don't have a chance either? Wow! I understand the incident was unpleasant for you, but it doesn't mean that all humans are animals.
No. Your kind, simple souls and narrow minds are the root of all these flaws. Narrow minds and simple souls. Every day, I feel as if I am caught in a trap, surrounded by a pack of wild animals. I am prepared to pay this price to find my kin. But everything has its limit.
I will inform them to not bother you again. Perhaps you would stop insulting the human race at every turn.
Your species is sensitive to the truth. I will have to remember that.
It's not the truth. If it is the truth, then why are you here at my disposal, begging for assistance that you cannot simply do with your own excellent self? I do not think you understand the human thoughts and actions. It'll take time. Maybe I can help you make sense of them.
I have walked the path of awakening, Elantak, and learned to see that which is hidden and hear that which is unspoken. When I found myself on the Lilithon, I watched your kind long enough to understand the true nature of Monkey. I do not think you can tell me anything I do not already know. Nevertheless, I will not protest. Conversations with you are the only thing on this ship that can ease my solitude.
You're a Xenos, a strange and unknown creature, and humans strive to understand the unknown. But the unknown is the most frightening thing of all.
Had any of them wished to understand my nature, they would have already run away in fear from one who walks the path of the outcast. But they are just trying to provoke me, hurt me. No. Monkey are driven by their instincts. To survive, to breed, to ensure the preservation of their species and the annihilation of those who threaten them. It is neither good nor bad. It simply is.
Sometimes it is hard to understand motives behind actions.
It was emotions that once brought down my kind, Elantark, toppling us from our pedestal as rulers of the galaxy.
Yeah.
Indulging your weaknesses or whims does not make your species any more attractive.
Nope. All humans are different. My people's interest in you was not intended to be an insult.
Elantark, please understand that I do not find Monkey attractive. The mere thought of being intimate with one of your kind. Our conversation has only proved my point, Elantark. That Monkey and the children of Azurian are as different as night and day. Eldari do not simply see the world differently. They see more than any monkey can ever comprehend.
And what is it that you see around us in the world that I do not?
What do I see? Your words ring with the desire to know the soul of another. But will you be able to comprehend my answer? I will need time to put the entire truth of this world into the meager language to which your ears are accustomed. When I find my answer, I will pay you a visit.
What are they up to? Hey, what are you rust buckets doing here all together? What are they looking at? Analyzing external hardware. You haven't heard? The High Factotum Janus Danro greets you with a cool smile and the merest hint of a bow. Pleasure to see you, Lord Captain. How may I be of assistance? What are they up to? Hey, what are you rust buckets doing here all together? What are they looking at? Let the incantations of the protocol rouse thine heart. You haven't heard? The rogue trader's new pet forced some of the servants off the lower level. That's where she lurks now, in the shadows.
Oh, Pascal, I have something for you.
By the throne, are you still afraid of the Inquisition coming for you? You're not that important.
Registering violation. Error in central processor. Error in central processor. Error. Let the blessing of the Omnisia course through thy circuitry. Last time, it took 5 of us to hold it down after it crushed someone's jaw. Watch it, everyone. Right, on the count of 3. Praise be to the machine god.
We need to give Pascal his new tool. That is cool. Yes, I know that inventory is a nightmare. I haven't had time to go through it because I didn't want to spend all of stream just going through inventory. Wow. Yeah, that's better. Ah, yeah. Oh man, that is much better. That is good. Very good. You, my dear. That goes down, but boosts shots. Why not? That's what we're planning on doing now. She can do flame and bolter. Bring on the power of the Emperor. Oh, bother! I forgot to give Kellox the feat he needed for Eldaria weapons. I was gonna give him the power blade. No. Can I dismiss people for good?
Afraid or not, it pays to keep such things to yourself. If the Inquisition doesn't get you, one of the senior officers will.
Reboot completed. Proceeding to execution of program tasks. Analyzing external hardware. Comparing permissible objectives.
Okay. See if we can get in a ship battle. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's a lot better. $95. Your is doubled against blast attacks. Kinetic attacks. That's just 120 straight. I could go with that. It's a lot more. Let's see. Assault ceramic plating. Negate 9 points of damage on the 4 and 5 points on other sides. Okay, well, it's same but better. Same meaning 5 everywhere, it's just better on the front. I'm enjoying the extra. Oh. This is a different one because the other one we had didn't do 12. 98. 90. 107. Wow. 85. 88, so she's still the best. 100. Wow. This overloads expends 25% of the flagship's shields. Still might be worth doing. They're fairly close. They're 5 points away from each other, so we'll leave that for now.
Lord Captain, the Vox systems intercepted a distress signal coming from an Imperial vessel. The system contains a ship that belongs to the planetary fleet of Darganus, the capital of the von Valancius dynasty. The transmission is repeated at regular intervals, but the message itself is corrupted. A cacophony of requests for help, groans, and shouts. What in the world? It is your name that they are shouting, Lord Captain.
Okay. Plasteel 4. Oh, cool. I have 12 right now. I should be good. Ooh. Oh, I forgot
Although
to
the rites of the
check.
blood-spun web seem radical to me, I am glad to have such a fervent and devout warrior of the Emperor at our side.
Where was that book? Yeah. There we go. Need to go through and decide what we're doing.
Not done with, not done with.
This person's body is covered in unpleasant-looking growths, scabs, and ulcers. They look like fresh mutations.
And you'll die quickly.
Your Emperor won't save
Agile
you.
mutant.
This tedium is beneath me. Ancestors guide me.
If you say so.
I am not your Xenos pet, monkey.
You are my Xenos pet.
I understand your intent.
You are beneath me. The sooner you realize that, the better. You need me. I don't need you.
I know what is to come.
A gust of cold wind ruffles your hair.
Us. Remember, I don't need to switch to this so that I can pull a bullet in the head.
I'm not so sure. Anything is?
Hey, you're burning! That's great. I love it when people burn. Because I'm a pyro. And we can make people take extra damage, which is great.
Death to non-believers! Chaos guide!
Ow.
Brace yourself!
Well, that's not cool.
My next offering!
Oh. Great.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Well, so much for Abelard's turn. We were gonna have him do something, but nah, we'll just apparently take a nap.
Gods! Death to the weak! Your end
No!
is near.
Don't hurt Cassia.
That was insulting.
Wow, he's literally hacking loogies at us. That's disgusting. That is very disgusting.
Sounds become unbearably loud.
Be gone.
Like that.
For the throne's glory. I won't object to it.
Pascal.
As the tactical imperative dictates. Running binary override.
You cannot see these guys. That's frustrating.
The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all. The scriptural prognosis is favorable.
No! Did it again, chat.
I bring mercy and retribution. I would that I could. I cannot serve you in this way. The shadows will see it done. As honor ordered. Caught by the web. Trust me. I shall not fail. The shadows will let your soul.
Well, I think Abelard's now been thoroughly baptized in crimson. Well, I guess no, because he wasn't dunked. Showered. He has been showered in crimson for the Emperor.
As honor ordains. As the tenets demand.
Oh, really? You parried that.
Trust me.
Oh, look, Pascal gets to go again. To actually finish his turn.
Request approved. Successfully terminated.
Okay, that was cool.
My vow is to serve. Running binary, significant value. The scriptural prognosis is favorable. The order is contrary to dogmatic.
Such is the will of chaos.
I will not die in dishonor.
High momentum.
I am his will made manifest. I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. Strike is a prayer.
No! I was out of the range of that. Come on.
Absolutely not. I'll pass. Nothing I can't do. Already done. Another clean strike.
Haha, you missed me.
Nothing I can't do. Yep. Opposing me was your biggest mistake.
No, I can't quite get there.
Suits my purposes. Nothing of value has been
Ooh,
lost.
sorry, Cabela.
There is only death. Yours or mine.
Sorry. Sorry. Sorry.
Nothing I can't do.
Who's left? Oh, the two way up there.
Watch my back. Tell me, and it is done.
Heavy is the tread of his faithful.
Don't get too cocky. Am I getting paid for this?
No. We don't pay for things like that. You get the honor of working with us.
The Omnissiah knows Messiah condemns you.
There we go.
Next time.
The sweetish smell coming from the dead body seems odd, and the blood has an unusual hue to it. The Cogitator's machine spirit stays silent in an attempt to reach the dead systems of the destroyed ship.
I won't tolerate weakness.
What will you tolerate? The coming of the glory of the Emperor?
One
Maybe.
unlock's done.
House Cassini. Oh. The keep lowers all enemy perception by Fellowship of the Wearer? That's only in a 5-cell radius. So a melee fellowship guy would be...
Books and items of luxury. The legality of some of them is questionable, but the Navi's nobilite often turns a blind eye to such diversions.
In my way.
So that's all we had to do. Okay. A little different, but sure.
Few can claim to have survived an encounter with the Xenos, and even fewer to have struck up a friendship with one of these creatures. However, the privileges of a rogue trader allow one to make acquaintances even among the children of Asurion. That is what the kin of Uyet Lanevis, a mysterious and taciturn Isledry, called themselves. The path of the outcast led Uyet to the agri-world of Janus, where she met the rogue trader. In joining his crew, Uyet hopes to travel to the distant stars and uncover the mystery surrounding the demise of her craft world. This Isledry will go to any lengths to accomplish her mission, taking even the most desperate measures.
I don't know which one I want to do for Janus.
Greetings,
There's three
Lord
options.
Captain. It's happened before. You need to tie it up. It conks out for a while, then when it reboots, it starts running normally again. But be careful. Last time, it took 5 of us to hold it down after it crushed someone's jaw. Watch it steady. Right, on the count of 3.
Oh. Okay.
Sourback, how could you have let this happen? An assassination attempt upon the rogue trader in his own chambers, right under the noses of your enforcers?
A fierce growl rumbles deep in Abelard's throat. The Master at Arms radiates grim fury. Her eyes are dark, her lips pursed. With a practiced hand, she removes the maul from her belt and offers it to you.
An unforgivable error. I accept full responsibility and ask for due punishment.
I want explanation, not a vain self-chastisement. Put the weapon away and report.
Sourback hesitates for a moment before putting the maul away.
Understood, Lord Captain. All adjacent decks have been isolated. We have begun our search for the culprit, and have set up investigation headquarters on the officer's deck. The substance has been analyzed and confirmed to be blood containing traces of major mutations. While it poses no risk of infection to your lordship, the very presence of such genetic aberration on board is a serious threat to the safety of the ship and must be addressed promptly. Once word of this gets out, many among the crew will surely see it as a brazen challenge to your status as rogue trader.
What is the genetic aberration?
The heresy of mutation.
I don't like the sounds of it.
Mutants are vicious beasts who sow only ruin and death. They are devoid of all humanity, and the vile blood that runs through their veins feeds their unclean thoughts and urges. Numerous accounts speak of entire colonies falling prey to bloody uprisings staged by these creatures, all because their governors were too squeamish to order genetic purges. You don't say. I wonder why somebody we don't consider human and exterminate by the thousands would think to revolt. What a crazy mystery.
Alas, the Imperium's enemies are not limited only to those within its midst. Mutants can become a considerable threat, especially when given the chance to organize.
The heretics have revealed themselves and are eager to fight. Then fight we shall. Let the vessel be purged of their filth.
So was it an assassination attempt or not?
Then they would have filled the bath with acid or poison instead. There are easier ways to kill someone than drowning them in blood, as foul as that blood may be.
Cassius shudders.
I beg to differ. Were something of this sort to happen to me, my heart would surely stop.
What do you intend to do next?
As one, every enforcer present gets on their knees.
Lord Captain, this incident has cast a shadow on our honor. We only ask for one thing, a chance to absolve ourselves of our guilt. Allow me to head to the officer's deck at once so that I may lead the investigation personally.
Lord Captain, on a previous occasion, it was your intervention that resolved a matter that my own rigidity had only succeeded in making worse. With all due respect to Mistress Sauerback, perhaps she would benefit from your fresh perspective.
Seneschal, do you think so little of me that you would rob me of a chance to defend my honor?
I don't want to do it by my own hands. I'm curious to see the Master-at-Arms in action. I would preside over the investigation.
Of course, Lord Captain. I will arrange for an area befitting your status to be prepared on the officer's deck.
The High Factotum Janus Danro greets you.
Okay, so we have enough for this. We actually have enough for not tier 6 though. Ooh. That sounds pretty cool. And then 4 short burning plasma torpedoes, 19 damage. Why would I do that? I don't know. But we have enough for this one now. Yeah. And we need more rep for that. Ooh. We needed that armor for our lady to stop taking quite as much damage. She's been taking an awful lot of damage. Wait, I have enough for none of those. Okay. I finally have enough for here, for a precise bolter. And that's it. Because everything here is so stinking expensive. No, I clicked the wrong one. All right, so now we just need to up rep to the void.
For the underclasses, there is nothing but backbreaking labor in the gloom of the lower decks. Meanwhile, the rogue traders' officers and high-ranking servants enjoy the many luxuries the upper decks offer. The flagship's higher-ups receive the best food, clean water, and quality medicine. For the underclass, Sauerback barks at the officers gathered before you.
His lordship the rogue trader has seen fit to honor us with his presence in order to monitor the course of the investigation. You are expected to perform your duties immaculately and report your every step to me. Should any of your actions bring shame to the enforcers, you will answer to me personally. Lord Captain, the 3 officers before you have been tasked with conducting the investigation. The first, Captain Klein, is a veteran with a record of quelled uprisings of mutant abominations in the colonies. Captain Ginevri is young, but she has already preempted several mutinies among the ship's rabble. Lastly, there is Captain Rocco. His interrogation skills deserve credit, and he knows how to instill fear and respect firmly in the minds of the riffraff.
You notice the enforcers exchange a few astounded glances and throw their shoulders back. Apparently, they are not used to standing so close to figures as renowned as you. After carefully assessing the officers' bearing and their uniforms, Abelard nods with satisfaction.
Their drilling is good, their service records are excellent. Let's see how they perform in the field.
I notice they all seem to be a little bit, lacking for airflow. Is my presence going to distract them from their duties?
On the contrary, your lordship, your presence inspires us.
Captain Ginevri's cheeks redden.
Your lordship, I hope you do not take this as insolence, but I am a great admirer of yours. I've read the fictionalized account of your deeds many times.
According to my data repository, the term fictionalized is typically applied to text whose knowledge dissemination potential is negative.
Ah, Shireen, perhaps I'll travel with you and they'll write about me as well. I want a novel, about the adventures of the fearless Jay Haydari, who skillfully bestows a bullet's kiss on any Ashmag who stands in her way.
Jay toys with a lock of hair, a wistful expression on her face.
So they write stories about me?
Of course, I have it right here.
She offers you a worn tome with a somewhat embellished portrait of you on the cover.
I want to correct it, but simply won't do. Let me fix this for you.
Half an hour later, you hand Ginevri her tome back, which now contains numerous comments written between the lines. She accepts it reverently. Sourback's murderous glare silences Ginevri's frantic expressions of gratitude.
Does that take care of the pleasantries? Then let us return to the attempt on the Lord Captain's life.
What are your findings thus far?
We have discovered a worker's corpse, mutilated and desiccated. We are still looking into the man's identity and position, but the chirurgeon's report has confirmed that, among all the blood that was pumped into your bath chamber, the blood-carrying mutations was indeed his. The workers from the nearby decks have all been checked for genetic aberration, but the mutations identified are all within the norm for laboring masses. They are being rounded up for interrogation as we speak.
Juliet frowns as she surveys the deck.
So much noise and empty violence. I am surprised you are able to find anything in this pandemonium of your own making.
Even taking into account the neighboring decks only, that constitutes hundreds of people. How do you plan to question them all?
Our interrogation techniques are broad and varied. However, nothing loosens the tongue like corporal punishment, beatings, mutilations, torture, public executions.
Sourback almost purrs as she lists ways of making people suffer.
When combined with psychological pressure, such methods work wonders.
Let's stop using these methods. They could be a problem. It'll make them run and go into hiding. Nah, this guy's more cutthroat. Unfortunate necessity. Let's return to other matters.
Indeed, Lord Captain, most unfortunate,
says the Master-at-Arms, a bloodthirsty smirk stealing across her face.
Do you have any working theories?
The mutants are plotting.
Klein spits in disgust.
They've been breeding like void rats, so they're getting cocky. Must have wanted to infect your lordship with their plague.
It wasn't an attempt on the Lord Captain's life. It was a threat. The rabble are planning a revolt, so they're trying to terrorize us. Soon, you will drown in blood. Insurgents pride themselves on such metaphors. Meanwhile, Captain Rocco is convinced that it was the work of Voigtva's surviving cultists. However, I believe this to be a warning rather than a threat. What we need to establish is who is trying to warn us, and of what.
Interesting hypotheses, but I doubt it is that simple. Mistress Sourback, grant me access to the investigative files. I have my own thoughts on what is going on here.
The Master at Arms nods coldly.
Of course, Master Interrogator.
Yeah, don't question the Inquisition. What do you propose we investigate first?
The body. Once we have ascertained the dead man's identity, we'll be able to locate his associates and narrow down the number of suspects. Captain Klein.
Yes, Your Lordship, I'm almost done with my report. As soon as it's ready, I'll deliver it to you.
Let's begin.
While we wait for Klein to report back, please enjoy the refreshments that have been prepared for you, Lord Captain.
A pair of enforcers with battered faces is escorting Infernus Master Heinrich Montig. His lip is busted, his knuckles are grazed and covered with blood, and there is a chewed-up glow stick between his teeth.
Oh wow.
One of the enforcers drones nasally.
We apprehended him while he was trying to break through to the detained rabble. Got into a scuffle. We barely managed to restrain the troublemaker. He demanded an audience with you, Mistress Sourback.
The Master at Arms nods, and the enforcers release their prisoner. Heinrich adjusts his clothes and approaches confidently.
What do your enforcers think they are doing, Jocasta? Why are you assaulting my people, denying them water like they are criminals? You've got teenagers and elderly folk here. They are all just ordinary workers. They've done nothing wrong.
No, Heinrich, what do you think you are doing? Attacking my people, chastising me in front of the Lord Captain. Get out before I have you charged.
Heinrich looks up at you.
Your Lordship, I ask you please to protect your servants from this abuse.
Very well. Cease the beatings. Those people are to be provided a ration of water as well.
I would not dare disobey your lordship's order, even one I disagree with.
Thank you. We won't forget your mercy.
Heinrich gestures at a disheveled young woman and a short-haired girl in her teens. Both are dressed in utility coveralls and smeared with soot.
Lord Captain, let me introduce my sister Nemi and my niece MIA. Ladies, you should thank the Lord Captain for helping you.
Hello, Your Majesty. Thank you for the food and water, and for not letting them chop our hands off. That would have left us a little short-handed.
Nemi laughs awkwardly. MIA snorts and elbows Nemi in the ribs.
It's your lordship, and don't make jokes when you're so terrible at them. Do you want the Lord Captain to change his mind and send you back?
Argenta smiles warmly.
A feisty one, isn't she? She has the spirit of a true sister of battle. But when I look at her family, I am glad she has someone to take care of her and that the Emperor did not call her to serve him with weapons and fire as we do. Ignatius, are your serfs literate? I could lend them a highly informative pamphlet on etiquette.
Cassie glances at Nemi and MIA's grubby hands and wrinkles her nose.
Then again, they would probably just burn it for warmth.
How did they end up in the hands of the enforcers?
My status as senior officer exempted me from being arrested, but that same privilege did not extend to them. They were taken, along with the rest of the clan.
They were acting horribly. They were hitting people in the head and the ribs. They didn't care if someone fought back or not. Nemezit would never allow that.
MIA elbows her again.
Shush. If they hear his name, they'll get angry again.
Nemezit, you say? And who is that?
Nemi lowers her eyes in fear.
No one, just a hero from a tale my grandfather used to tell when I was little.
That's enough, Nemi.
Heinrich scowls disapprovingly.
You are not a child anymore, so stop bothering people with those silly rhymes. Forgive my sister, Lord Captain. That was inappropriate.
Abelard sighs wearily.
Nemezit, your lordship, is a folk vigilante from Voidsman legends. Every few years, some hothead declares himself Nemezit. They always meet a sticky end, as do those foolish enough to believe in Nemezit's ravings.
The seneschal levels a meaningful look at Nemi, who shrinks away.
You're a strict one, Mia.
I'm not strict. Nemi is just sloppy. If it weren't for me, she would have cut her own arm off with a torch or floated out of a breach long ago.
Nemi tries unsuccessfully to slap her upside the head.
You could at least behave in front of the Lord Captain. It's like I never taught you to respect your elders. You're the one mixing things up all the time. Tell her, Heinrich.
Heinrich ruffles MIA's hair.
Don't be mean to Nemi. She is having a hard enough time as it is. Sure, she's always tongue-tied and her jokes are stupid, but her heart's in the right place.
He is immediately slapped by his sister and laughs.
You have a fine family, Heinrich.
Thank you, Lord Captain. They are all I live for, and, thanks to you, the people most important to me are now safe.
Captain Klein snaps to attention.
Identifying the victim has proven impossible. His face has been smashed in and his body is badly maimed. There are too many wounds to determine the exact cause of death, but presumably he died after the killer slit his throat. That's how they drained his blood. No external signs of mutation were found.
In other words, we have nothing. Klein, this isn't a report. It's a declaration of our incompetence before the Lord Captain. You will keep digging around inside that corpse until you have produced some results.
Ginevra looks at Klein with sympathy. She clearly cares about him, but does not wish to trample on her comrade's honor with words of comfort. Rocco regards Klein with a contemptuous smirk, while Klein scowls back at him.
No external signs of mutation. What about internal?
Performing an autopsy was inadvisable due to the danger of contaminating the area with genetic aberration.
You see a flash of genuine horror in Klein's eyes before his gaze turns glassy. You have seen that look before in the eyes of other veterans. It's the expression of someone reliving painful memories that have left behind deep scars. They cannot hope to overcome such trauma on their own. They would need help, or a partner, or, perhaps, some strong emotional stimulus.
Oh, Klein, I guess you can't do it. I guess the veteran's courage is overdone. We could let her go take over.
Indeed. Klein, why don't you go take a break? Maybe it's time you considered asking for a transfer to a less demanding post. Your best years are behind you. You should make way for the younger generation.
Klein's face turns a deep red.
Shut your damn mouth, Rocco. The things I've seen, the filth I've crushed. You want me to gut another one? You want to see its mutant blood on my hands? I'll show you blood.
Well played, Lord Captain. It has been some time since I last saw this kind of fire in the old man's eyes.
Klein is up to his elbows in blood, his eyes flaring defiantly.
I've examined the filth inside and out. Its innards are a genetic nightmare. It's a bag of corruption wrapped in human skin. Extra organs, scales, atrophied ingrown limbs. But that's not what's important. The body was disfigured posthumously. They killed the mutant with surgical precision, before opening his throat and draining his blood. It wasn't until after the actual murder that they crushed his head and tried to cover up his wounds. The wounds were so brutal I almost missed his work tattoo. The victim was a pipe warden, and I found this in his throat.
Klein presents a blood-stained raven feather. A certain legend springs to your mind, one involving Saint Quirine, who was granted a portent of enemies hiding among the faithful. When Quirine prayed to the Emperor for a sign that might reveal the traitors, a raven's feather burst out of her mouth to inscribe the names of the conspirators. Only someone versed in the symbology of the Imperium could have left such a message.
Klein, good work. Have a glass of Amasek.
Klein accepts the glass and downs it instantly. Evidently, he is in no state to savor the bouquet and taste of the fine drink you have offered him.
You remember Saint Quirine? Could this be a sign?
While mutants do not make allusions to saints, this was someone versed in the creed.
Tattoo, what do the pipe wardens have to do with anything?
The Pipe Wardens are a worker clan that services the ship's sewer systems. The tattoo indicates the worker's status and personal number. This one was
SP-246-01, Senior Pipe Warden.
For what purpose was the corpse mutilated then?
Someone wanted to hide the cause of death. What I fail to understand is why they would then leave the body out in the open instead of disposing of it.
It is imperative we find who mutilated the body so that we can determine why.
I concur. Would you like to give us specific instructions, Lord Captain?
One cannot do that and not remain dirtied. Find some rags or garments could lead you to the individual.
Sourback nods firmly.
If the perpetrator was in a hurry to cover their tracks, they may not have had time to dispose of the soiled clothing. I thank your lordship for your wise counsel.
What's the next steps?
We should run the victim's identification number through the masterwork log cogitator. If its machine spirit favors us, we will be able to narrow down the number of suspects. Ginevri, this is your arena.
Ginevri approaches you, followed by a dignified woman in crimson robes.
Allow me to introduce the esteemed tech priest Androvatify. She believes she has the right to obstruct the investigation, and refuse to grant the enforcers access to the master cogitator.
The tech priest lets out an indignant binary trill.
I request that the laywoman's willful activities be halted. She intends to torment the machine spirit of the masterwork log cogitator Iotathrib. The venerable spirit is ill and in no disposition to endure such abuse.
What is the problem with the machine spirit?
The spirit is old and quick to anger. It therefore calls for a sensitive approach, not a torturous intrusion by a brutish laywoman. Since the start of this watch, the spirit has been unwell, so we have been trying to soothe its woes by applying sacred unguents and sensing the great machine's boards. The dogma of data recuperative quarantine prohibits any disturbances to blessed machines found to be in such a state. When I'm old and cantankerous, I'll demand aromatic unguents and a hookah to fumigate my sacred lungs too. Then again, why wait?
What exactly does the data encrypted dogma prescribe?
Let no profane hand touch the sacred machine stricken. Let the mechanism be shielded from all worldly troubles by a veil of righteous litany, and let its shrine be thrisely honored till the malady is no more.
Judging by Ginevri's expression, she would rather have her profane hands touch Androvatify's neck.
Pascal, how profane would you say your hands are?
I am a Magus Explorator and this vessel's engine Seer Prime. The profanity of this unit's hands, as well as the rest of its limbs, organs, and augmatics, is null.
Jay snorts derisively.
Shocking arrogance. If I count up how many pieces of Xenotech and Archeotech this grasping hand has managed to confiscate, I wonder if its profanity will increase or decrease. If the honored Magus supervises the laywoman's tactful interaction with the spirit, I will sanction this disturbance.
Raising her hands high, Androvatify wails.
Omnisar preserve us. The Great Spirit was infected by a layperson. That is the culprit you should be searching for, not some pipe warden. Sacrilege.
Registering a Category 3 act of sacrilege resulting in a Category Epsilon Quadro transgressive scenario. Requesting the inclusion of the offender in the registry of wanted entities for the purpose of expiative disposal.
We have discovered that the cogitator's malfunctions began after an unauthorized attempt to access it was made. Someone deliberately angered the machine spirit in order to bury the work logs. Thankfully, the esteemed tech priest was able to appease the spirit and extract the information we needed. The victim's name was Otto. On the day he died, he was servicing Valve 27B, which supplies water to the rogue trader's bath chamber. He also had a partner, who has yet to appear for duty since the incident occurred. We have a suspect.
Did the murderer get to the cogitator too?
Impossible. Since the start of the watch, this area has been used as the center of operations. No rabble could have slipped by unnoticed. Moreover, a common pipe warden wouldn't know how to commune with a machine spirit. The murderer had help.
Precisely. And who is this partner?
Senior Pipe Warden Guidon, number SP268-55, an 8th generation Pipe Warden. No registered infractions, excellent discipline, perfect work record, an exemplary servant of the Imperium.
Master of Arms, how do you propose you find this suspect?
Before Sourback can respond, Rocco cuts in.
Your lordship, there was a man named Guidon among the rabble waiting to be interrogated. He immediately struck me as suspicious. Please allow me to question the man in your presence.
Sourback narrows her eyes, but all she says is,
"Bring him in, now."
Before you stands a gaunt man in work clothes. His face is swollen from the bruises, and several of his fingers are broken and sticking out at odd angles. He stares vacantly into the distance with watery eyes.
Start talking, you miserable wretch. You tried to kill the Lord Captain, didn't you?
Rocco grabs the worker by the lapels. Guidon's coat flies open, revealing crude occult symbols painted all over his body.
What's this? Heretical brands? Cultist scum?
Guidon yells, baring what remains of his teeth.
Yes, it was me. I tried to put a curse on the Lord Captain. I killed my partner in a wicked ritual, rubbed elbows with them daemons, consorted with M, all to carry out a dark plot and doom the Lord Captain for the glory of my almighty master.
He bursts into a fit of hysterical, theatrical cackling.
We have ourselves a model cultist here. There is a ritual, a curse, and a plot. He even consorted with them daemons. How kind of him to confess to all that immediately.
His words. He is trying to paint them over with fake garish hues, but his abject terror carries with it too much black and grey. What does he hope to accomplish with this?
He has admitted to everything, the vermin. I have insisted time and again that the assassination attempt was carried out by one of Voigtva's surviving henchmen, and I was right. I guess we weren't so thorough in clearing them out as we thought.
Rocco casts a sharp look at Sourback. Rocco looks proud and self-important. Ginevri is biting her nail, as if hesitant to say anything. Sourback is observing the worker in silence, apparently sunk deep in thought. Meanwhile, Klein merely stands still with a distrustful grimace on his face. Other than Rocco, no one here seems to believe that you are looking at the real culprit.
Expertly done. Ginevra, you've much to learn from Akato, wouldn't you agree, Justica?
Sourback glances at Ginevri with curiosity.
Ginevri, do you concur with the Lord Captain? Have you anything to say about this expert display? There is one thing that's bothering me.
Ginevri points at the symbols on the worker's body.
Guidon, what are those marks all over you?
These are my cultist marks, so I can put curses on people and talk to daemons.
He pokes a finger at an uneven semicircle with 9 arrows coming out of it.
This one's called the Harm of Terror. It represents the 9 archdemons. I always pray to each one first thing in the morning.
There is no such symbol. It's supposed to be a circle with 8 arrows, and there is no way it's called the Harm of Terror. This is some kind of travesty. Your lordship, the man is talking nonsense.
Argenta sighs, shaking her head sorrowfully.
God Emperor, forgive this wayward soul his feeble-mindedness.
Klein, it seems, was too quick to blame mutants. Apparently we have demon worshippers here.
Klein smirks.
The dead mutant looked more like a demon worshipper to me, the way his guts were all twisted. As for this one here, there's no touch of the warp on his body, that's for sure. The worst he'll be able to show us is an ingrown nail.
Ginevra, where did you get your knowledge of heretical signs?
I often have to deal with insidious rubble. The idleness and avarice of the scum on the lower decks breeds heresy, especially during warp travel, and people start carving signs on themselves and praying to all sorts of things. The circle with 8 arrows is more common than any other symbol, but I've never seen this variation before.
Master at Arms, not finding it strange that the suspect is so eager to paint himself a heretic, and in such preposterous fashion, no less.
I agree, Lord Captain.
Sourback growls at the worker.
I want the truth. Who are you, and who told you to give us this pathetic confession?
The man blanches and starts bawling. He gives up on his sinister theatrics and babbles in the voice of a common worker.
Forgive me, your lordship. I'm not Guidon, and I'm not a heretic. Yard's me name. I'm a laundryman. Please, have mercy. They took my family. That enforcer said she'd throw them out the airlock if I don't confess. She made me draw these unholy marks on myself.
Abelard casts a significant glance in Sauerback's direction.
Your enforcers have a knack for persuasion, Mistress Sauerback, but this is ridiculous. What enforcer? Name. Give me her name. Ginevri. Her name was Ginevri.
What? I swear that I have not. Ginevri?
The steely edge in Sauerback's voice causes everyone present to freeze, but you also hear a note of bewilderment.
We will deal with her later. I will handle the search for Guidon myself. Lord Captain, would you have us execute this demon worshipper? Execute? Truly, no word sounds sweeter to this monkey's ears.
Hold on, he may be lying. Genevieve, do you have anything else to say?
I have never threatened his family, and I certainly did not force him to lie and draw heretical signs. I barely even remember his face. I may have interrogated him beforehand, but it was someone else who put him up to this.
And yet he knows your name and pointed you out right away. Do you not find that funny? And do you not find it funny that your head is always up your ass, Rocco? It's obvious that someone framed her.
Cease this bickering.
Sauerback's snarl forces the officers to back down.
Lord Captain, what we have here is a liar, and a well-coached one at that. He will never confess on his own. What do you suggest we do?
Faith changes people. Take a book of Psalms and read it to him until he confesses.
Undoubtedly inspired by your idea, Sauerback rolls her eyes and faintly mutters under her breath.
Emperor, grant me strength. It will be done, Lord Captain. We will recite psalms to the prisoner. What do you want us to do with him when we are done?
Let him rejoin his family and wash off the symbols.
It will be done. There is no cause for alarm, Lord Captain. This conspirator may have been a fake, but now it is only a matter of time before we find the real culprit. We have the Pipewoodens' names and identification numbers, and we know which clan they are from. We will keep pressing the riffraff until either the culprit confesses or someone turns him in. I will handle this.
The master-at-arms pointedly grips the maul on her belt.
Please enjoy your meal in the interim, Lord Captain. The scoundrel will appear before us soon enough.
Wow.
Lord Captain, the real pipe warden Guidon has been found and is being escorted here as we speak. Are there any remaining questions you wish to address before we hear from Guidon himself?
You can start by reporting the results of additional investigation efforts.
Absolutely, Lord Captain. Your insightful suggestion helped the enforcers to locate the evidence. In fact, we found a bloody synth coat in one of the vents, a standard issue included in every enforcer outfit on the ship.
Ah, so you have enforcers who are at the issue.
The interrogation of the detainee yacht had to be suspended. He seems to have gone mad. He just keeps mumbling that it was Ginevri who set him up to lie, and that he must therefore be set free. I doubt we will get anything further out of him, be it with cruelty, kindness, or holy prayer. This concludes my report.
Someone attempted to mislead your investigation. You cannot let this go without consequences.
Undoubtedly, let us go over the facts we have on this sabotage and compile them. The body of the deceased was mutilated after death. It is likely that the nature of the injuries would have proven very useful in the investigation, and that the perpetrator concealed them for that very reason. Someone sabotaged the work log cogitator so it would be harder for us to find the victim's partner, who might have information valuable to the investigation. Instead of the murdered man's partner, we were given a fool, one who thoroughly incriminated himself first, before admitting that Captain Ginevri had put him up to it.
Sauerback glowers at Ginevri, and she pales with fear.
What do you have to say for yourself, Genevieve? He says that you forced him to say it. Actually, no. Who had access to the log cogitator?
The tech priests did not let anyone near the cogitator. They even tried to prevent the Enforcer's investigation. Genevieve, were you there the entire time? Yes, since the start of the watch. I went there right after I handed the body over to Klein. The only time I stepped away was to retrieve the data slate from my quarters. I left a watchman, but he went missing. Most likely, one of the officers did not realize he was on duty and sent him off on some errand. But I was only gone for a few minutes.
Okay, let him know. I'll be purging it.
Very convenient. A missing sentry, a data slate misplaced against regulations.
Rocco drums his fingers on a holster on his belt, where his own data slate sits tightly nestled.
I don't understand how I could have forgotten it. I always check my gear when I go on duty.
Who was guarding the body?
It was Genevieve.
Klein reluctantly nods at his fellow enforcer.
I relieved her when I came to inspect the corpse, which by then had already been cut up.
Genevieve nervously adjusts her armor under Sauerback's piercing gaze.
The corpse was already looking like that when it came under my purview, but I could not get the name of the officer who discovered it. The deck was such a mess that I decided I would deal with it later.
Bloodied synth coat discovered far from the corpse. I would ask the enforcer in this room present their coats.
The rustle of synthetic fabric fills the room. All the enforcers show their coats, except Rocco. He shrugs complacently under the gaze of his comrades.
I do not wear it. An enforcer must be able to withstand the cold, and the serfs treat synth coats as a sign of weakness.
Behind the armor of affected indifference, his thoughts ooze grimy hues, like blood mixed with umber. It looks vile.
Genevieve, do you have anything to say for yourself?
I may have conducted his preliminary interrogation, like so many others. Rocco requested my assistance because of my experience in dealing with the rabble, but I swear that there is no truth to these accusations against me.
Rocco.
I have never threatened his family, and I certainly did not force him to lie and draw heretical signs. I barely even remember his face. I may have interrogated him beforehand, but it was someone else who put him up to this. The transcript says you conducted Yart's interrogation alone. Why is that? Because I can handle a single laundryman.
Genevieve raises her chin proudly.
Rocco, is this all you're doing, is it not?
Sauerback draws her autopistol and points it at Rocco, who appears entirely unperturbed.
I will give you one chance to retain your last shred of honor and confess. You sabotaged the investigation. Why?
Is it not obvious?
Rocco smugly arches an eyebrow.
To expose the conspiracy myself and to prove your incompetence to his lordship. To take the place I actually deserve. 4 years, I toiled for the good of the dynasty, but when the former Master-at-Arms was killed, I was refused my promotion. Instead, they give the position to you, a self-serving Sauerback nit. I guess a noble name means more than talent. When this crime occurred, I realized it was my chance to show what I was worth. While you were busy dallying, I quickly learned the name of the suspect, diverted the course of the investigation, an easy enough task, and began looking for the real Guidon. Had I found him in time, your position would have already been mine, Joe Caster.
Simply listen to yourself, and you will understand why they made me Master-at-Arms. Lord Captain, I request permission to dispose of this refuse personally.
Rocco, for your crimes of sabotage, slander, and heresy, I hereby condemn you to death. Master of Arms, see to it.
Rocco tries to speak, but his words are cut off by a devastating blow to the jaw. He collapses to the ground, but Sauerback raises them all again and delivers another blow, this time straight to his ribs. She stretches out the pleasure, slowly crushing his bones and savoring every scream. When she is done, she finally allows the bloody mess that was once Rocco to die where it lies.
What? Flagship shield strengthened and evasion are increased by 5. Nice.
That takes care of the traitor. Now, let us proceed with interrogating the Pipe Warden.
The Pipe Warden does his best to remain reverentially bowed, which paints a rather comical picture given his formidable height and complexion. He lowers his head, tugging at his beard. Senior Pipe Warden Guidon, honored to serve, Lord Captain. I'm ready to confess to everything.
Why did you kill your mutant partner?
I didn't kill him, and I didn't know he was a mutant. Otto and I always got along, even if he wasn't much for talking. But then...
He shudders.
A servant of death came from the darkness, ended him quickly but harshly. She bled him dry and put a black feather in his throat. She told me to pump blood into the pipes, and then she left. I wanted to confess, but I was afraid she'd come for me too if I did.
And you're the real Pipe Warden, Gredon, are you not?
I am, and I'm proud of it, Lord Captain. A Pipe Warden's craft is hard work, but
There can be no mistake. I have verified his identity myself. It has also been confirmed by the other workers.
Why did you fill my bath with blood?
I did as the servant of death commanded. She said the Emperor gave the first spinner a sign that your lordship should be bathed in the blood of poor Otto, my partner. And I, well...
He gulps.
I was scared, so I obeyed.
The first spinner? Are you talking about the Vizier of the Blood-Spun Web?
Why yes, that's him. He leads the death cultists, the lot who worship the Emperor by killing. His spinners hunt down heretics, but sometimes they take righteous lives too. Their service is mysterious, fervent, and bloody.
If the Vizier ordered it, there must have been a reason. The Undying One must have revealed something to him that we are ignorant of.
With an acerbic smile, Heinrich blows a stream of smoke in Saubach's direction.
What a shocking turn of events, Jocasta. The Inferni are innocent. Who could have seen that coming? Could it be that you were wrong to brutalize and humiliate my people?
Do not expect an apology from me. I was doing my duty. You can play the victim all you want, but I haven't forgotten the circumstances under which your blasted clan came to be on this ship. Consider every strike upon your backs a reminder of that event.
What is the meaning of this Master-at-Arms' words in your clan, Heinrich?
It's a story of days long past, one that Mistress Sauerbach greatly enjoys reminiscing about as if she was there herself. My ancestors committed a trespass against your ancestor and were made Inferni as punishment. I'll be sure to tell you this tale some other time.
I must concede as much, Lord Captain. The story can wait. We should first find out why the Bloodspun Web thought to bathe you in repugnant blood.
Who is this servant of death you speak of?
A holy slayer in black and crimson and bone. Feared by all, they are quiet and merciless as death itself. They come from the shadows to kill, because the Emperor commands them so.
You have already met the servants of the Bloodspun Web, Lord Captain. Their grim procession is not one the upper decks will soon forget.
Summon the Vizier of Bloodspun Web. I wish to hear his explanation.
As you will, Lord Captain.
Your lordship, if I may ask, what happens to me now? I never meant to anger you. I thought I was doing as the Emperor willed it, but here we are. I'm a simple man. I know pipes, and I know them a lot better than all this people business. My eyes aren't what they used to be, but I can still smell rust in metal, though not so much in people's thoughts.
You were deceived to become an accomplice. I will not punish you for that.
Thank you from the bottom of my heart, your lordship. I'll serve you faithfully, and I'll never forget your mercy.
The Vizier of the Bloodspun Web treads lightly and silently as if his old, gaunt body has no weight at all. He whispers weakly.
Dom Ignatius will to see me, and so I have come.
I've summoned you to discuss actions of your apprentices.
The Vizier responds in an equally respectful manner.
Let their deeds be weighed.
Investigation has established that the Bloodspun Web orchestrated an attack on his lordship by means of pouring unholy blood into his bath. This affront.
The old man's murmur drowns out Saubach's relentless voice.
Dom Ignatius knows the truth. So it was done, for so I did will. It was no affront, but a prophecy. For my hands to divine, unsullied martyrs offered their souls and bodies into his imperishable embrace. I gazed into the red rivers of their smouldering lives, and I did see a roiling unclean staining the bays, reaching for the anointed Lord of the Ark. In my apprentice's last sighs, I heard the Undying One's whisper. He bid me bathe the Domin in the blood of he who must go and they who have been righteous, for this will shield the Domin and strengthen his body against the roiling unclean. I obeyed.
What do you mean the rolling unclean?
He did not reveal, but it is corruption itself. It offends him. It tastes as sweet as fetid waters in old pipes. Its promises are the deception of an enforcer's smile. Its face is elusive.
The man you killed, who was he?
I know not. I heard only the name, and I knew he must go.
He listens to the empty space above his shoulder and nods.
Yes, we need no more knowledge than that.
And you claim that you did this because of the God Emperor's will?
I speak, move, and draw breath because he will so. I defy not the Undying One, neither in death that gifts and takes nor in my living existence.
Is there any chance it could be false?
The Vizier's lips curl into a smile.
I held the cards of his tarot, washed in the blood of the righteous. They make no mistakes, and neither does he send false visions. Only mortals are they who read the signs, they who interpret.
Very well. Master of Arms, are you convinced we have found the culprits?
The situation is clear, your lordship.
Sauerback makes the sign of the Aquila.
The Emperor has sent us a portent. The protector of mankind guides the hands of his holy servants to guard us and warn us of hidden threats. God Emperor, I thank thee for protecting us, even though there are instruments of your protection whose purity and holiness I may never understand.
Ignatius, regardless of how regularly you kneel before an altar, I advise you to take this warning seriously. If I am correct in my suspicions about what is transpiring here, and I pray to the throne that I am not, then you can indeed consider this incident a sign that the Emperor is watching over you and this ship.
This monkey has drawn attention to the mutant in a way that could not be ignored. A shrewd tactic, if the threat is indeed as great as he believes.
Henrik, could you please share your theories with me?
My theories are classified information of the Inquisition that I cannot divulge without good reason. If evidence comes to light that confirms my fears, I will disclose everything necessary. If, however, my concern is baseless, I would not wish to share knowledge dangerous to you without cause.
Very well. Bloodspun Cult will not face punishment for their deed.
The Vizier freezes, listening to silence, then nods to nothing.
Yes, yes, I will tell him.
He turns his sewn-shut eyes to you once more.
We are seeds in your hands, giver of life. Whether you keep us or scatter us, we will remain grateful.
Be that as it may, we have hit a dead end. We hoped that exposing the culprits would lead us to the aberration's lair.
Let the Bloodspun web find the mutants breeding on my ship.
But no spinner or brave warrior from the Domin Circle can find the roots of the unclean, for it can appear as human and act as human. Only its thoughts betray its vile nature. Only its thoughts are never human.
Weiss.
Anxious silence falls the moment Sauerback says this one word. She narrows her eyes.
Is it unclean thoughts we need to find? Very well. Let Weiss find them. He knows how, no matter how badly he wishes that the rest of us forgot about it.
Vimy Zachary is a fearsome hunter. When he hunts, the flagship wails. When he thinks, my teeth creak, and I can feel pain as if I am young again. But his power is great indeed. He can hunt down our prey.
And how can he be of use to us?
The esteemed Zachary Weiss can perform the ritual of thought reading. This practice lets him do a cursory examination of the minds of thousands of people in search of certain individuals. A ritual as rare as it is dangerous, and only someone as versed as Master Weiss can accomplish such a feat.
And has he done something like this before?
Once, Lady Theodora made use of his services to expose spies on board, who apparently had been in the employ of Lord Inquisitor Calcazar.
Heinrichs clears his throat.
As far as I know, the Inquisition's involvement in the matter was never proven. Spreading dubious rumors is a precarious habit that you would do well to abstain from.
What is it, Iceman? Are you worried we might take a peek inside your own dark thoughts? Well, don't be. We already know we can't trust you.
Very well, Master-at-Arms, your duty is done. I'll give you leave to wrap up the investigation on the officer's deck.
My duty will be done when the threat is eliminated. I will brief the enforcers while you consult Choir Master Weiss, Lord Captain.
Wow. just keeps on going. Keeps on going.
The bridge of the von Valancius dynasty's flagship is equipped with a unique terminal that provides the Lord Captain with direct access to the ship's data crypts.
And now we have to talk to Weiss. Ay, 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 ay. This is a very long series of speech. I'm going to quickly see if we actually got to our destination or not. And then we'll probably need to call it and continue on. You not doing what you're supposed to.
Apologies for disturbing you, Lord Captain. I just thought you should know, the Lady Navigator has successfully guided the ship out of the warp's hold and left the Sanctum Navis. But instead of going to her chambers as usual, she headed for yours. Perhaps you will want to prepare for this meeting.
Wow. It doesn't stop. I was like, let me just get there and call it good. No, no, no. Why would they allow that? But I appreciate you all being here. If this is going to be a long chat, we'll just probably end it here. Actually, I will. And we'll pick up next time with this chat. I'll load back to the previous spot and we'll go from there. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate each and every one of you. Until next time.
Greetings, Lord Captain.
Enjoy the story.
I meant
We'll see
to
you then.
inform you that our journey through the warp went well.